Hello, everybody. Welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is the 10th of March, 2021. I am your host. Host? Sure. I'm your host, Carey Holzman. What kind of name is that? Don't worry about it. I apologize for the interruptions from the off-camera other Carey. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And today we're going to do an update on the 8-year build. So what's the 8-year build? What is that? The 8-year build is for people who aren't looking to upgrade to the latest and greatest thing all the time. They're on a budget. The computer's not their number one priority in their life. They have other things, other interests, but you need a good computer. Who doesn't? And you got tired of being burned by the pre-built systems sold at the big box stores. You're tired of their terrible support, lack of reliability, lack of upgradability, lack of repairability on many of them. And you're willing to spend a little bit more and get a whole lot more in return, so you don't have to do it again for at least 8 years. Does that exist? It does, yeah. And so the systems I have been building, well, since I would say the Z97 chipset, have most of them are still in service today and working great. Now, since then, we've gone to the 100 series, 200 series, 300 series, and now 400 series chipsets, each a new generation from Intel. And well, if you have a Z97 based chipset today, your system is probably perfectly fine. However, if you're looking for a little more power, what you can do with the build, this again goes all the way back to at least the Z97 builds. You can just replace some of the components. You don't have to replace all of the components and effectively have a brand new computer. In other words, if you followed one of my Z97 builds or Z87 builds for that matter, or Z77 build, you could just replace the motherboard, CPU, and RAM and still use the same case, same power supply, same video card if you were using one before. Nothing else would need to change, and you would effectively have a brand new computer at a fraction of the cost. And if it, the older it is, the more you'd want to get an NVMe storage. But if you wanted to use your old storage, you could. But one of the best performance advantages you can get for the money is if you're still running a mechanical hard drive, get rid of it. Just go to solid state. You'll never look back. What's in front of you are the parts. I haven't got the case up here yet, but it's going to be a standard Corsair 200R case. And there is good news and there is bad news. The good news is that all of this is cheaper than the 9th generation version of this. It's almost $100 cheaper, and you're getting more for your money. But that's technology. That's generally the way it works. It's not uncommon. Secondly, many of the parts are not available. They will come and go in stock at Amazon. So that's sort of the bad news, but the good news is you can substitute these parts. Intel is not as finicky as AMD. In fact, Intel's not finicky at all. So if there's a part that's out of stock, you can substitute that part with pretty much anything to your heart's content. That's the freedom of a platform that's been around for 10 years, which the Intel chips have just been refined and polished over 10 generations. And, AMD is going to get there. And this isn't a fault of AMD. This is a fault of the motherboard manufacturers. We can discuss Intel versus AMD all day, and it's sort of like arguing about Firestone versus Goodyear tires. It depends about the car you're putting the tires on. The tires in and of themselves are probably not of much use to you, I guess, unless you're making a tree swing. So much the same, an Intel chip or an AMD chip probably isn't much use to anybody without a motherboard. And so to not discuss the important role motherboards play with regards to the compatibility, reliability, and availability and cost to your system, and just saying, well, one is better than the other is a pretty myopic, narrow-minded, tunnel vision thing to say. Bear that in mind, because you're going to see it all over the internet. And well, we can't stop it. We can we can realize the foolishness of it and just rise above. That's my advice to you. Now, I don't have a dog in the race one way or the other. I'm just trying to stay in business. That's all I'm doing. And I'd like to show you guys an update to this build. Basically, we're going to use all the same parts we've always used before. But because the scythe cooler, when I was putting all this together, that Mugen 5 I like to use, the price had shot up. And I said, well, it's not worth 80 bucks. For that money, I went with the Noctua cooler. But now the price has gone back down. It's $1 more than it used to be, but it's still a good cooler, and it would be adequate as well. The power supply, I'm using a different power supply here. This is a Thermaltake Smart Series. It's still a 500 watt, 80 plus power efficient power supply for like 50, 60 bucks. You can use any power supply you want. The solid state drive, this is the Intel 665P. Now, this is what you need to be aware of on this. You can use any NVMe drive, and I hope you're going to use an NVMe drive on this build, or you're just wasting your time. Because this is what's going to make your build, take advantage of making it feel as fast as it should be. And it doesn't matter what NVMe drive you want to use. You want to buy one from Corsair or Western Digital or ADATA or Silicon Power or Sabrent, any of them. They're all pretty much, they all have 5-year warranties. They have different read and write speeds, but mostly those specifications are for nerds. For most of us, you know, we're interested in how long Windows takes to load and how long our apps take to load. Your internet's not going to go any faster. You're not going to type any faster, and you're not going to play your games any faster. And for most of us, we're never going to see the difference from one to another, apart from what benchmarks show us. You know who you are, so choose accordingly. When it comes to the Intel 660p, they upgraded it to 665p, and they've upgraded it again to a 670p. Now, these are the model numbers of the drives that Intel makes. They're in the same family. They're all related. One is an evolution of the one before it and should result in longer endurance. Not that I've ever had a problem with endurance. I mean, with the drive. What were you thinking? But the 660, the 665p, and the 670, the bigger the number, the newer it is. The newer it is, the more it costs. And it's going to be a little bit faster, and it's supposedly got more write cycles to it. When an SSD, it has a limited number of writes before it will no longer accept any more writes. That's how they fail. I've never seen one fail that way. But it's not like the drive dies, like a mechanical hard drive. When it goes, you know it's gone. When these reach, and again, I hope I live long enough to see any solid state drive reach the end of its write cycles. Because what it'll do, and again, I've never seen this, I only know about it in theory. What it will do is it'll become read only. So all your data is still there. Everything still loads and everything still works. It just won't let you save anything to the drive anymore because your write cycles will be exhausted. But that should take a very, 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 very long time if you're a standard everyday computer user. So when it came to picking the motherboard, you notice I've always gone with the H370 series of boards in the prior 8-year build. I went with a B460. And the reason I went with it were for the onboard video options and primarily the price. The H470 board was nearly twice, I think it was like $160 or $170 when I saw it available on Amazon. Whereas this B460 board that's right here, that's like 110 bucks. It's right around that same $100 price point that I'm aiming for. Now, as I put this price list together, I see this board is not available, but you can literally use any motherboard that is a socket 1200 motherboard. So if the motherboard says, and it doesn't matter who makes it, if it says it's a socket 1200 motherboard, then the chip we're using will work in any motherboard with any DDR4 RAM, doesn't have to be any speed or any specific size. It will all universally fit in the Corsair 200R case. whether it's a mini ITX board, micro ATX board, or an ATX board. The size of the board doesn't matter on the 200R. We'll gladly house them all. This power supply will power them all equally. The DVD drive and the cooler will all fit on any socket 1200 motherboard, amongst others, but I just want to keep you focused here. Now the CPU I've selected is the 10700K. Why? I want something that's not top of the line, but also not the bottom of the barrel. Too many people spend way too much money for crap, in my opinion. So I'm always trying to aim at the upper edge of the middle. I want to get right there, right as close as I can get to the top of the line. Now this is an i7. i7s are considered enthusiast level chips. Ordinary users, probably an i5. And if you wanted to scrape the bottom of the barrel so you can upgrade in a couple of years, go with an i3. Anything that says that it's a socket 1200, if it's an Intel CPU that says socket 1200, will work on any motherboard made by any manufacturer that says it's for a socket 1200 chip. So a socket 1200 chip with a socket 1200 board. What you've got to look at on the motherboard is whether or not it will meet your requirements for expansion. So this is a regular ATX board, which means it's got the full number of PCI slots and 4 RAM sockets. So we can upgrade this thing to 128 gigs of RAM if we really wanted to. Now I'm going to sort it with 16 gigs of RAM, which is around 90 bucks. This chip I think is around $300. The motherboard's a little over 100. A DVD reader writer's 20 bucks. Take it or leave it. If you want it or you don't want it, doesn't matter. If you want to build with it or you don't, doesn't matter. This cooler is like 70, 80 bucks. A really good price for an actual cooler. I think this is a better cooler than the Scythe. But the Scythe, if you want to go with it, will work just fine. And it'll save you like 20, 30 bucks. As for the power supply, when I was buying the power supply, everybody was sold out. I prefer to use EVGA brand power supplies. However, these Thermaltake power supplies I've had very good luck with. They run like 60 bucks. The SSDs, this is a 1 terabyte SSD, which is good for most people. Depending if you're buying a 660, a 665, or a 670 series chip from Intel, it goes up about 20 bucks from each level. So this should be $100, $110. Then it may go to like 120, 130, and then it may go from like 130, 140 between the 660, 665, and 670. It's kind of hard to tell from the box which one I've got because the boxes all look alike on the outside. But it's written, let's see if I can show you where it's written here. It's down here somewhere. On the back, it should say somewhere that this is a 665. Maybe it's on the edge. Yeah, there it is. It says on the edge, 665p series. One of the reasons I'm sticking with Intel is for driver update compatibility and future maintenance. A lot of people that I'm sort of witnessing are just looking to solve the problem today, but they're not thinking about tomorrow or next month or next year. It's sort of like you're really hungry. You haven't had anything to eat for days, and somebody says, here's a refrigerator filled with food, and we're going to restock this refrigerator in 4 weeks. You have to figure out how to make what's in that refrigerator feed you for the next 4 weeks. That is your sole source of food. So you have to exercise self-control and ration, or you can eat everything in it today and then starve for the next 3.5 weeks. I see people do this all the time when they're making purchases. They're solving a problem they have today without thinking about tomorrow. This is an 8-year build. This means you don't have to think about this for 8 years. Statistically speaking, you are likely not going to experience any failure whatsoever, and provided that you don't install everything that's available for free online and you don't get infected with a virus or ransomware, hardware-wise, statistically speaking, this is what These kind of bills are what keep me in business. There's no money to be made in building and selling computers like this. If you want to add RGB and you want to overclock it and you want to find some customer with deep pockets that's going to pay for that, good for you. But those customers are hard to find. Customers who want a good computer, they don't want cheap crap, and they just want to be done with it for a few years. This is what most people want. And for around $900, there is nothing pre-built that will give you this much power, this much memory, and this much storage anywhere near this price. So while you might say you can get a computer cheaper, it won't be with these specifications, right? So just let's get that out of the way. Clearly, those companies have overhead that you and I don't have. So they've got to pay for that. Let's address the K processors. There's a lot of uneducated people who believe they know enough to criticize. And there will be those people who will leave comments. In fact, I'll probably just leave them instead of remove them, about why I'm using a K processor when I'm not overclocking. Once again, these are single-minded, myopic, tunnel-visioned people who don't understand that there are other benefits to the K processors. One is they are 10% faster out of the box with no tweaking and no overclocking. Just take it out of the box and plug it in. And so a 10700K is just out of the box 10% faster than a 10700 without the K. Okay? Secondly, we don't want to use a stock fan on an enthusiast level chip. Whether it's a K or not, we definitely want to add our own third-party cooler. And the non-K version of the chip comes with a cooler that we wouldn't use. So therefore, we'd be spending money for a part that would sit on a shelf. That doesn't seem like a good investment to me. I'd rather take that money and apply it towards the K version of any processor you're looking at. That's me personally. Sometimes the K processors, this is the other thing, by the way, that just cracks me up. People tend to exhibit a lack of reasoning when they see the parts list, and they'll say, you mismatched the processor with the board because you could have gone with a cheaper processor. Well, you don't know what I paid for this. I've seen the K processors on sale for the same or less than the price of the non-K version of the same chip, but they don't even ask me what I paid. They assume that I paid more for the K version, and therefore I have wasted my money, and because I'm not overclocking it, I have mismatched the CPU to the motherboard. Now, can you imagine being in my shoes and seeing this over and over and over in the comments section? And I start to wonder what planet I'm living on and whether or not I've been perhaps brought to the wrong planet. Because my reality is that many times these K version of chips, when I buy them on sale, and I buy like 5 or 6 at a time. Sometimes there's a limit. People don't ask. With regards to mismatching, that's another misnomer that's come from a false assumption and a failure on behalf of the person making that alleged claim that they have not asked any questions before coming to their false conclusion. If instead of making bold statements, they exhibited a little more respect for the fact that I've been doing this for 30 years, they might ask me. But instead, when you see, and by the way, this rolls for every video you will ever watch. When you see people make statements, just black and white, this is wrong, you've got to ask yourself, what does that person know that you don't know, or that the creator didn't know? And sure, creators, we all make mistakes, but then so do the commenters. And I'm seeing a lot of mistakes from the commenters. I see commenters mention the price, and they say, well, here's, you said when you made the video the part was $400, and today it's $250. But they don't seem to understand that they just left that comment indefinitely forever. So as the video ages, right? So they might be watching a video that I made last year, and they want to comment today without any consideration that their comment is essentially being etched in stone to be read by people years into the future. So what good is that to somebody other than to confuse somebody who then reads your comment a year after you wrote it and says, why would you pay $250? That thing's like $175. What's wrong with people? So that's the other problem I see. People don't pay attention to the dates of the videos they're watching. And, you know, if you go back 13 years and watch a video I did 13 years ago, and that's the first video you've ever seen of mine, and then you watch a video that I'm making in 2021, you'd go, oh my gosh, what happened to that guy? Well, 13 years has gone by. Show me a picture of what you look like 13 years ago. So that cracks me up. What happened? I got old, okay? You should be so lucky. So, I'm not old. Just older than people who think like that. Rick Hubbard contributes £5. Hey, Rick, thank you so much. He says, good evening, all. Mike Yazzie with a $20 contribution says, hey, Carey, I love all the info you provide. Thank you very much. And Rick Lakes, hey, there's Rick. Rick contributes $20. Rick, thank you for all your continued generosity. I see Mitch is joining us in the house, and Mitch reports that his birthday build is working great. Mitch will join me here on Friday to do the Be Quiet Pure Base 802 build using an AMD 3950X and Be Quiet's liquid cooler. That's going to put Mitch to work on Friday. We usually start filming on Friday about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Arizona time. If you don't know what Arizona time is, just type it into Google. What time is it in Arizona? Or what time is it in Phoenix? Google will tell you. And then look at your clock and you can do the math. Good to see you, Mitch. All of the parts for today's build are listed in the video notes below the video. Well, some parts may be currently out of stock. They will be restocked. I don't know when. You need to just kind of check. Or, as I mentioned, you can substitute any of these parts under the conditions that I've given you, which is whatever RAM you want, that's DDR4, whatever processor you want, that's socket 1200, any motherboard you want, that's socket 1200, any NVMe drive of any size, any capacity, and any manufacturer, DVD drive, fully optional, choose it or not, any power supply, I would go with 500 watts minimum. That's just me. If you're not planning to add a discrete graphics card, then there's no reason to spend more. But if you plan on adding a graphics card at some point in the future, you might want to go ahead and bump up to a 750 watt power supply to get you covered so you won't have to replace it later. And the cooler, lots of options on the cooler. I like the Noctua and the Scythe and the Be Quiet, is it the Pure Rock? Those are my three go-to third-party tower coolers for this chip. And I would consider the Noctua the best of the bunch, especially for the price. It's very easy to install, it works very well, and it's all black, it looks cool. The case has no case window, we're not doing any RGB, so the color of the cooler doesn't really matter. And what else? I'm trying to kind of cut off all of the things I see coming. I'm forgetting something, it was right there, I was gonna mention it. Oh, graphics cards. Most Intel CPUs have a built-in Intel graphics card right on the chip. Unless the Intel chip has a letter F. If the Intel chip has a letter F in it, if it says, I don't know, 10700KF, that means it's got no graphics chip in it. And that means if you want to use the computer, you're going to have to plug in a graphics card. One of the short-sighted, in my opinion, mistakes AMD has made is they have decided most of their CPUs will not have graphics cards. And AMD has been delaying their own graphics cards. NVIDIA has been having a difficult time with production and distribution of their current line of graphics. As you're well aware, There's a worldwide chip shortage, not just for graphics cards, even in car manufacturing. GM had shut down for a few days because they can't get the computer chips needed to build the cars. This is not a good time to buy a graphics card. So if you're buying an AMD chip, well, a couple of them do have graphics in them. They're few and far between. I'm not going to beat up on AMD. I just want to educate you so that you can make an informed decision. I don't care which one you choose. But that cheaper AMD chip is going to require a far more expensive GPU. Okay? It's not cheaper. When it's all said and done, your AMD system and your Intel systems are likely, the AMD one is going to cost about the same. This cost differential is an illusion. AMD is also suffering from the chip shortage, and it may be even difficult to get an AMD chip. But if you're going to go with an AMD chip, you must also choose compatible RAM, which will require research, and a compatible motherboard. Because of the complexity, because of those little details, it makes any sort of first-time build a little discouraging and much harder than if we go with, for example, the parts I've selected here, because of the freedom of choice. And I want your first build to be a positive and enthusiastic experience. I don't want you to be frustrated trying to get something to work. And so if you're going to substitute any of the parts here, this is all Intel based. And if you want that same kind of experience, you need to keep it Intel. If I was going to make a video, which I am on Friday, by the way, featuring an AMD, you will notice I will have to have a graphics card, which most people can't get anything right now. It's really, really bad, and it will likely remain so for the rest of the year. So this is not an ideal time to do a first build with a chip that's hard to get, that requires a GPU that's hard to get, that is very particular over what RAM will work with what motherboards. That, for me, would not be ideal to encourage you as a first-time builder and to show you how easy all this is, because you'd say that wasn't easy at all. But that's what happens when you get swept up with all the hype on the internet, where people don't care about stuff like that because they're not beginners and they want to pick sides. I don't know why people do it. I don't know why people pick sides. They're lunatics. If you're going to sit there and be a fanboy for a major corporation that's soulless and doesn't care about your existence one way or the other, I can't help but wonder what's wrong with you. Intel and AMD are both big soulless corporations, and they don't give a rat's behind whether you like their product or you don't. They don't care if you will yell and scream and argue until you're blue in the face online debating the merits of one over the other. That is just insanity. So I encourage you to not buy into that. Don't get sucked into it. You cannot win it. The only way you can win that is to not play. Let those people self-harm and you stay out of there. I'm just strongly advising you decide for yourself what you like for your reasons. Who cares what anybody else likes? That's their reasons. That's their problem. Okay. So if you're a first-time builder and you want to build something good, you want to build something your friends are going to be jealous of. They're going to say, "Wow, is that even on? I can't hear it. And when I click, it's so fast. Where did you get this?" You say, "I built it myself." Well, how much was it? $900. You only paid $900. I paid $1,500 for mine, and it's loud and it doesn't run this fast. Where did you learn how to do that? I went on YouTube. There's this guy, Carey, Holzman. Oh, I've heard of that guy. Never mind. I imagine the conversation might go something like that. All right. Have I got all the disclaimers out of the way a half an hour in? Have I covered all of the comments I'm going to receive about mismatching the CPU with the motherboard, and that it doesn't make sense to have a K processor unless you're going to overclock it, and that AMD CPUs require GPUs. Most of the Intel chips have built-in GPUs. These are very important things right now if you want to build a computer during this pandemic. And it's likely going to remain this way throughout the rest of 2021. I don't have a crystal ball, but I would settle in. This is something you can do today, and all the parts for this are all widely available or compatible parts, like I said. Other motherboards, other chips, socket 1200, socket 1200, you're good to go. You don't have to use that drive or this RAM or that power supply or that cooler. Pick one you want. Literally, any one you want. If the cooler says it works with socket 1200, you're good to go. Power supply, if it's 450 watts or above, you're good to go. There's going to be difference in reliability if you're going to go with some no-name brand. Maybe they don't have good support. If you change to a no-name brand from anything I'm showing you, you're on your own. So I like EVGA, Seasonic, Thermaltake. They make good power supplies. You want to go with some other company? I don't know. Maybe it'll be fine. I don't know. It'll be compatible and it'll work. But I can't tell you how reliable it is, and I can't tell you how good their support is if you should need it. That's the risk you're going to take. If you want to avoid that risk, stay with the same manufacturers that I'm using. But you can change different models. The only exception would be the motherboard. I think pretty much if you choose Asus, Gigabyte, ASRock, or MSI, you're probably going to be happy. The minute you step away from those four big manufacturers to somebody else, these smaller brands, I would avoid them. They're not all the same. Just because it says it's socket 1200, if it's not from one of the four big motherboard manufacturers, I would be very suspect over what's going to happen if there's a problem. Are they going to be there to support me? Will I be able to reach anybody? Are they all just based in China? How am I going to do a return? So for peace of mind, I would stick with the big four. The big four in my order of preference is Gigabyte, Asus, MSI, and ASRock. That's just my personal preference. I've had boards from all four in the last couple of years. I haven't had a problem with any of them. But I'm most familiar with Gigabyte. Gigabyte has a good selection and good prices and a good reputation. And since I am selling the computers that I build to customers, the customers will call me for warranty work if they require it. And the customer doesn't care what parts I use. They just want it to work, and if it doesn't work, they want me to fix it immediately for free. So you can understand, I hope, my motivation and why I stick to certain brands that have known good support. Known. I've had experience with them. I know they're good. They're not likely to need that support because they make a good product to begin with, and they are priced aggressively, but not so cheap that it comes at the expense of no support, right? So we're not trying to spend outrageous amounts of money to have the latest and greatest bling and all this other nonsense and crap, but we're also not scraping the bottom of the barrel to go dumpster diving to show off what we could put together for $6.12. Because now it's costing you in time. And in business, if you're spending more time that is not billable, I'll see you in the unemployment line soon. You got me? I hope so. Now, the reason I don't have the case up here is I thought I'd put everything together outside the case. You will hook it all up and install Windows on it, and I think it's kind of cool. I'm not recommending you build yours that way. I would not power on a motherboard outside of the case if you're a novice builder. I'm going to do it because visually, it's something you don't see very often. Putting it in the case is no big deal, but it really restricts my ability to film because it's dark and it's far away. So it's hard for me to get any close-ups to you because of the fact that it's so dark and so far away. So by keeping it open like this, I'm able to show you. But I don't want you to do that. Once we prep the motherboard, normally the motherboard would go into the case and then get all wired up. And if you watch any of my other builds, that is always the way I do it. Today I'm going to do something a little different. The reason I don't want you to power it on outside of the case is it's dangerous. And it's pretty stupid. There's no good reason to do that, in my opinion. So it's your parts, and you can do whatever you want with your parts. But if you're watching the video, I'm assuming you're watching to learn something. And I hope, if you've never built a computer before, or if you have, but you've always powered it on outside of the case, I would hope that you would drop that bad habit, because it's not a good habit. It's going to really harm you one day. It's too easy. You're making everything too vulnerable to a simple little mistake by leaving it exposed with power on, in my opinion. So if you were my employee and you were working for me, until I had you trained to a point where I could refer to you as a technician, you would not be doing that. So take that for whatever it's worth. David DeWitt contributes $5. Hey, thank you, David. Thanks for your support. Thanks for your contribution. Just looking in the chat, see if I got any questions in there before I get started. This is some old RAM I had laying around. This is another part that Amazon is going to say is out of stock. You know, whatever. You can use whatever you want. This is some 16 gigs, I think, of RAM. Normally, my default is 32 these days. I'm trying to keep this under budget, and for most people, 16 is enough. 8 would work, but it's not ideal. If the price difference between 8 and 16 is twice, right? So if it's $50 for 8 gigs and $90 for 16 gigs, it's not that big of a difference. But to go from 16 to 32, the price doubles again. It's another $200. That's a bigger price difference. So choose accordingly. I'm going to start with prepping the board, and I guess I'll move the camera. We'll get you a little closer so you can, see the details. How's that sound? What's the danger of building outside the case if it's properly grounded, or are you in a situation where you don't have a lot of static electricity? So the danger is that it's all. Let me put it this way. Anything that you plug into the wall is enclosed in such a way that you don't hurt yourself. Now, if you want to get a screwdriver and remove the enclosure off of your television or off of your hair dryer, and you want to be extra cautious over where you touch it so you don't electrocute yourself, that's on you, right? But to take on that risk, the question that you've got to ask yourself is, what's the benefit versus the risk? What makes that risk worthwhile? If you're going to power everything on outside where it's exposed, it's open to static. I'm in Arizona, it's very dry out here. If you were to sneeze or talk and spittle comes out, you could short circuit something on the board. It's very possible. It's that easy. Furthermore, if you were to drop anything, drag anything, pull anything across the board while it has power, you may cause a situation that will cause a permanent part failure that will not be covered under warranty because you caused it. That is not a defect in workmanship or materials. That is what we call an ID 10T error, which you write out looks like the word idiot. So the question is, why would anybody knowingly and willfully expose expensive parts outside of the case against better judgment? Why? What is worth that risk? Now, I will tell you right now, everybody that's ever fried their board from doing this, before it happened, they said it was never going to happen to them. Universally across the board, it's not going to happen to me. In fact, I'm going to tell you, when I do this and I open it up and I hook it up to power outside of the case, nothing bad is going to happen. The difference between the people it happens to and me is I've been doing this for 30 years, and this video is intended for first-time builders, for novices, or for people who have very little experience. And I want them to treat their parts with respect, and I want them to I'm going to treat their money with respect and not tell them that they should just take this Chinese Ming, vase from the Ming Dynasty and throw it around like a hot potato. I think it's irresponsible, and I don't think that whatever entertainment value you get from that is worth the risk of dropping it. Anytime a board has failed outside from somebody testing it, it is the person's fault. And they never thought it was going to happen to them. The only way I can guarantee it won't happen to you is don't do it. Why? Why would you do that? Oh, well, then I don't have to put it in the case if something's wrong. It's 6 screws. It is 6 screws to put this motherboard in the case. I don't know why that's a big deal. 6 screws. You would rather avoid having to put in and take out 6 very tiny little screws. And that justifies risking damaging your board or your storage or anything plugged in. Hey, that's your call. It's your stuff. If you want to do that, knock yourself out. But please, for the love of all that's holy, don't educate people on how to do it, because you're dangerous. That's your choice, but please don't teach people to be dangerous. I'm just asking, because it makes my life difficult when I have to, when you teach somebody something the first time, they're pretty easy to teach. Honestly, it's very rewarding. But when it goes against something they thought they already knew, and now you have to unteach them, they have to unlearn, to relearn, oh, it's like 4 times harder. And then everything is why. And then suddenly it's like, okay, hold on. This is where I start to lose my patience and say, believe who you want. I'm done. I'm trying to help people, but if they're resisting the help, then why do I care? I'm not going to sit here and drive myself insane trying to convince people of common sense. If you just don't have common sense, there's no law against that. That is your right. But please don't encourage others to not have common sense, because it makes my job difficult, and then I have to walk away from more and more people who want to defend their ignorance. And if they want to defend their ignorance, again, that's their time. I don't have time for that. Customers pay me to share my knowledge, and you guys get it for free. So if you want to dismiss it, if you think that something I'm saying doesn't apply to you, I don't care. You're not my customer, so do what you want. The difference is, if you do your own thing and something bad happens, don't blame me for it. I'm trying to tell you everything you need to guarantee your success. And if you cut corners or do things differently than I demonstrate it because you know better than me, I wish you the best. I hope it works out. And just because it works out doesn't mean it's always going to work out. I would strongly advise you to not have a limited experience to define the entire genre of what I do. I've been doing this for 30 years. I didn't start out doing it this way. If I wasn't filming, I would not do it this way. I am solely doing this for your benefit because I think it's more interesting for you to see it. But if the camera wasn't on, I would not be powering this on outside of the case. There would be no reason for me to take that risk. But I've got 582 viewers watching live around the world right now. And if there's something I can do to draw you in a little bit more or to make the instruction a little clearer, then I absolutely want to do that at the risk of damaging the board. I accept that risk. It's worth it for the content. You, on the other hand, if you're not making a video for anybody and you're building your own rig, powering it on outside of the case would be, in my opinion, a very unwise judgment. But it is your parts. And if you want to power them on while you're in the bathtub, that's your business. But I strongly advise against it. But it's a fair question. And there's a lot of reasons for it, as you can see. But it amounts to being safe for you and your parts, and to reduce the opportunity for an accident. Just because you reduce the opportunity for an accident doesn't mean there's not going to be an accident. But if there are any steps that we can take to reduce the likelihood of an accident, of course, I'm going to advise those. if there's any reason to justify exercising some risk that results in some benefit, then I will recommend it, and I'll warn you. I don't see what that risk is worth unless you're making a video or, you're doing something for educational purposes and you want to demonstrate to people who've never seen it before. I think it's fascinating. I imagine it would be, for somebody who's never done it. And my videos are for those people. That's who I make videos for, primarily. So, if you see a lot of basic stuff on my channel, it's because I didn't make it for you. I made it for everybody else who's intimidated about the mystery and the magic that goes on inside of their computer box. We good? All right. So let's start with the board here, and we will get the CPU, the RAM, and the solid state drive installed. We'll hook power up to it, and it should be that easy. We have to put the cooler on it, and we should be able to fire it up and get Windows 10 on it. I mean, it should be incredibly simple if you've never seen this process before. These are great components for you to have a first experience with. You're not spending too much money. The process is very simple. Compatibility issues that exist with AMD don't exist here. No worry of a GPU. What more could you want? All the parts are, or substitute parts are available currently right now versus alternates. All right, let me see if I can get this zoomed in a bit here. Let's see, bring this, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. I guess I'll just zoom it. Bear with me here. I think that'll be close enough. Okay. I'm over there. Okay. So we're going to focus on this anyway. You don't want to see me. Let's take a look. Now, the B460, where's my screen? The B460 HD3 is currently out of stock at Amazon, but it is a current product, which means it will go back in stock again. And again, the reason I selected it was price and availability and the outputs that this motherboard has. Let me show you. Let's get this opened. Everything is live and unscripted here, so you're going to see, how things are boxed. Sometimes getting the parts out of the box is harder than actually building with the parts. We've got a couple SATA cables. We'll set those aside. And here we've got our motherboard in the anti-static bag. Some cardboard that goes over there. We've got one page of documentation, a driver disk that we're not going to use, and our I/O shield. That's all that's in the box. Not a whole lot. It's pretty bare bones, but it's what we need. Now, I'm going to build on top of this box so I don't scratch up the Lazy Susan, because the bottom of the board, the soldering points on it are pretty sharp, and they'll scratch up the surface of whatever you're working on. So by working on the box, I don't have to worry about scratching it up. And we'll take the motherboard out of the anti-static bag here. And this Lazy Susan and everything that I'm using, the screwdriver and all that other stuff, that's all listed in the description below the video. There are links for all of that stuff. So I'm going to I don't know why Gigabyte tapes these closed. I guess they're afraid the motherboard's going to escape. If I didn't tape that bag closed, that motherboard would have gone boom, right out of that bag. It's pining for the fjords. Okay, so here's the motherboard, and let me bring it up to the camera so you can see the video outputs, which is one of the main reasons I went with this board. Since we're going to be using the onboard video, you'll see this motherboard has all three VGA, DVI, and HDMI video outputs, which I think is fantastic for average customers so that they can always use whatever monitor they currently have. Most people, when they're buying a computer today, it's not their first computer. It's something they're replacing. So they can use the same keyboard and mouse they have, whether they're USB or PS2. They've got plenty of USB ports. That's the other thing. We've got 4 USB 3s, 2 USB 2s. We've got gigabit, of course, Ethernet connection. No Wi-Fi on this, but you can add Wi-Fi through USB, just like you could on any computer. And then we've got like I think it's 7.1 surround sound here. The green is always your speaker, this one. The green is always speaker out. And that's it for your outputs. As for the board itself, you'll see it's got a couple of heat sinks on it over the VRMs and down here over the chipset. Also, we've got a number of PCI slots there so we can have expansion, including adding a discrete graphics card in the future if we want to. There's a couple of M.2 slots for storage. If I can't really hold it and show you, but right, my pinky is pointing towards one, and then there's another one below it. There's not one up by the CPU. They're both down here. And we'll get into that detail here in just a moment. But I think it's a well laid out board. It's not bare. It has pretty much what probably 85% of computer users want. In fact, exceeds probably what 85% of computer users want. The easiest thing we can do is to put our CPU in. So this is the Core i7. Like I say, it's a 10700K. Any socket 1200 CPU will work. Richard S. contributes $1.99. Hey, Richard, thank you for that. Let's get the CPU out of the box. As I mentioned, there is no cooling solution provided with the K-series chips from Intel. Also in the box is our documentation. I have never read this in my life. It's mostly technical stuff, but it does have a Go Faster sticker that you can put on your case. And then there's some, I don't know, other little information that I won't read. So that'll go over there, and we'll set the documentation over there with the cables, that set of cables. This is the way that they package, Intel packages their chips. There's these little cutouts, and if you get your finger under there, you can lift the cardboard flap up, and then the whole lid will rise up, and you can lift the CPU out and get rid of that. There's nothing else in there. The CPU is in a little anti-static plastic container, and one corner is cut out of it, and that's so you can get a finger underneath that corner and lift up. But try to keep your fingers off of the heat shield. What we want to do, there's little cutouts on each side of this plastic so that you can take the chip out and hold it like this. In other words, you want to hold it maybe the way you see a magician hold a coin when they're doing a coin trick. They always sort of hold it by its edges, not like a potato chip. You don't want to hold it from the top and bottom. Hold it from the sides only. The reason isn't because it's fragile. I mean, I could probably fling this as hard as I could across. I could take it outside and see how far I could throw it, and it'd probably work just fine. The reason you want to hold it like this is to keep the oils from your skin from getting onto the heat transfer area on the top or the data and power transfer areas there on the bottom, because it can impede the quality of the signal, and that is ideally going to be the best signal possible by keeping these surfaces clean. And with regards to the top, obviously there's no signal, that's just heat. But for the thermal material to work as effectively as possible, we want as little contamination of the thermal material as possible. That could be dust, that could be oils from your skin. None of it is a showstopper. However, if you want it to be as good as it can be, then those surfaces have to remain completely clear of any contamination. So if you have accidentally touched it where I told you not to, you can use a Q-tip and rubbing alcohol to clean that. And the Q-tip and rubbing alcohol, just rub it on the front and the back, doesn't matter, and let it air dry. The rubbing alcohol will evaporate naturally. It should only take a few seconds. Now, to install the CPU is very easy. Here we've got, this is going to be difficult to film, isn't it? How can I film this? Just put that down there. I think I'm going to move the camera so you guys can see a little closer here. Hang on. Things are going to get a little wobbly. Let's do that. That looks pretty good. Okay. The area the CPU goes in is right here. It's covered by this piece of plastic. And there's a latch, and it's hooked underneath this piece of metal. We're going to push that latch down and away at the same time. So we'll first down. See how it goes down? Once it's down, then I push it away, and it'll lift up. It's going to take that whole lid with it when it goes up. And that exposes a very delicate socket. It's delicate because there's 1,200 little pins in there. And we're going to take the CPU, and there's always a little golden mark on one of the corners. Sometimes it's a little gold triangle. On this CPU, it's right there in this corner. On most motherboards, you see how there's writing on the CPU? If I held the CPU any other orientation, the writing would be sideways or upside down, yeah? So for the writing to be right side up, the way you would read it, which is the same way the writing is on this motherboard, it's all facing you. That is traditionally on an ATX and most micro ATX boards, the orientation that the CPU would go in. But there is that little tiny golden dot on the corner, and there's a little white arrow on the circuit board. And there's little grooves cut out, which are, where is it? No, there's one, it's down at the bottom. On the 9th gen, it's up here. On the 10th gen, it's down here instead of up here. And it's kind of hard to see on the socket. But what'll happen if you put it in wrong, and I'm just going to set it there and let it go, it won't settle in. It's resting on top. It's not going inside. And it never will if it's not oriented properly. So very carefully, I'll lift it back up. I'm going to turn it into the proper orientation. And again, I'm just going to kind of set it in, and it should fall right into the socket. I don't know if you see how it's sitting lower now, but if I try to, I'm just grabbing the edges of this heatsink and move it gently forward or backward, it's not moving. If it was sitting on top of the socket, it would slide back and forth. Once it's seated that way, we can lower this lid back down. See that? Lower it back down. And when I bring the lever back down, this lever right here, when I push this back down, this little plastic cover is going to pop off all by itself. Now you're going to have to use 2 hands for this, one to hold the board. I usually hold onto the heatsink. I don't want to touch any of the components on the board, but the heatsink is fine, so I can hold onto the board with my right hand, and with my left hand, since I'm facing you, I'm going to now push this down. It's going to have quite a bit of resistance on it, and lash it back underneath the catch. We're going to put this little cover away because we might need it if we need to send the motherboard back in the future for any warranty work. Motherboard manufacturers do not want, they want you to remove your CPU before you send it back to them. But you can't leave that delicate socket exposed. It'll it'll get damaged and they won't honor your warranty. So then that would go back just to protect the socket if no CPU is in there. That's universal across all motherboard manufacturers. It's one thing they agree on. And that installs the brains of the system. That's all there is to it. It's literally that simple. Because of the CPU design, the socket design, I don't know if you've ever tried to take a heatsink off of an AMD CPU and it wouldn't come off because the thermal compound becomes like a glue. And then when you really press on it and you really pull on it and you finally get the heatsink off, it often will rip the CPU right out of the socket. That's just a flaw in AMD's design. Because this frame around the CPU is holding the CPU down, you will never experience that on an Intel socketed chip because the pins are in the socket. And the problem when you're trying to remove a heatsink and the thermal compound acts like glue is if it pulls your CPU out with it, as is the case with AMD's, it's quite often, you can damage the pins on the bottom of the CPU. And if you notice the parts list, the CPU is the most expensive part of this whole build. So I like that Intel has a superior socket design here. So you could, if you had a stubborn heatsink on here that wasn't coming off because your thermal compound was like glue, you could, pull on it as whatever it took to get it removed. And there's no way that CPU is coming out because this big frame around it is pushing it and locking it down. And that removes that hazard from ever occurring, ever. It's just not possible to remove that CPU without raising this lever. AMD CPUs, you can remove the CPUs without using the lever because they're a zero insertion force socket, which is the way we used to do things in the 90s and the early 2000s. So this is a much more advanced design. I'd very much like to see AMD adopt it. Now, AMD did adopt it for Threadripper, but they have not adopted it yet for their consumer-based line. Again, not a showstopper, but it is an undeniable fact that that is a difference and a potential Achilles heel to that design. Let's see if we can back this off a little bit. Okay, that's a little better. We have two M.2 sockets on this board. We've got one right here and one right here. Now these both may not, I'm not sure, I have to look at the documentation. These may not both run at the same speed. One may be full speed and one may be half speed. So for that, I have to refer to the documentation because I've never built with this board before. This is the first time I'm using the B460 HD3, but it's like pretty much every board. It's not really any different other than deciding for the manufacturer to decide which features and locations they're going to put the components. And so we can refer to the motherboard manual. This didn't come with one. So what I would do is I would go to the website. I would go to Gigabyte's website. It says right on there, it's a Gigabyte B460 HD3. If I just type in B460 HD3 into Google, the first response I'm going to see from Google, or the first result, is Gigabyte's website with the board featured, all the specifications. So I'm going to do that now, B460 HD3. And let's see if I can share the screen with you here. Yeah, this will be fine. So B460 HD3 is the first link. I'm going to click on that, and it's going to bring up Gigabyte's homepage if it's ever going to appear. It's pretty slow for some reason. Now, every motherboard manufacturer has two support links on their website. Every one. I don't know why. I can't make any sense of it, but there's like a support link up at the top for Gigabyte. That's just generic support. And then there's a support down by the product, and that's support specific for that product. And if I click on support, then that's going to take me to the area where you can get your drivers and your manuals. And again, I don't know why it's running so slow, but we'll let it run here for a second. And we should see Up here, it shows us the CPU support, the manual. I'm going to click on manual, and then different languages and different types of manual, like an install guide versus a quick install guide. That's only in Portuguese anyway. I want pretty much what's going to be the largest. That's 11 megs. That's the one I want. And then when that comes up, oh good, I was afraid it wasn't going to capture that screen. What I can do, instead of, I can flip through this, or I can just search for M.2. It's usually right in the front. You're going to see a picture of the M.2 slots typically. Like here, it shows one of the M.2 slots here and here, and it shows that's number, 6? We can align that to number 6. And doesn't give me any information about it, so I'm going to keep going a little further to the documentation. Right here describes the M.2 slots. So if we look at that, what it says is that the top slot is called M2, looks like 0-SB, and M2A-SB. I'm not quite sure what that all means. But if we look below that, we look above it. It says the M2 connectors support M2 SATA or M2 PCIe, which is NVMe, and they support RAID configurations. Now please note that an M.2 PCI NVMe cannot be used to create a RAID set with a SATA SSD or a SATA hard drive. In other words, if you're creating a RAID set, it's got to be all SATA or all NVMe. With regards to performance, I don't see any indication that one slot is faster than the other, and that may be, oh wait, there's some installation notes down below, so I have to go to the next page. Let's see what the installation notes say. The installation notes show us that if we're using the, looks like M2Q might be what it says. That it supports, well, I'll just read what it says. The availability of the SATA connectors may be affected by the type of device installed in the M.2 sockets. The M2A-SB connector shares bandwidth with SATA 3 port 0. So in other words, you typically have to pick one or the other. Not all SATA, just SATA 0 in this board. With regards to performance, I don't see anything indicating the speed that we want to see a by 4, X4 performance speed. And we're not going to plug, we are going to plug in a DVD drive into one of the SATA ports, but we just won't use SATA port 0 regardless. We can use SATA port 1, we can use SATA port 2, 3, 4, or 5. All those will work. And even though I'm not going to install in the M2A socket, I'm going to install in the M2Q socket above, just so I don't have any problems. In the future, if the customer wants to add another one, then we don't have to worry about the customer calling and saying, hey, my DVD drive doesn't work anymore. So we're just not going to install it there to begin with. There's no benefit to doing that. It's not rocket science. The information's there. It's right up in, 15 pages into the manual. And if we go back to the product page up here and go back to the main page, sometimes there on the specifications, they will highlight information regarding the speed of the M.2 slots. And again, bear with me as the page is really slow. I guess I'm still on the drivers. We're going to go back again. Come on. There we go. So sometimes through here, there'll be information to verify that the slots are all by 4. Like here's a diagram detailing areas they want you to see. There's our M.2. It says dual NVMe PCIe Gen 3 M.2 slots. It still doesn't tell me what speed they are. I'm going to guess it's not telling us because it's all by 4. Yeah, finally. Now, wait a minute. This says by 4 and by 2. So last I checked, 2 is half of 4. I think it's saying they support both slots will support either speed, which is good. Sometimes, like on the Socket 300 chips, you'll have one slot supports by 4 and the other slot supports by 2. These days, every NVMe drive you're going to find on the market is going to be a by 4. And if you plug it into a by 2 slot, it's going to run it by 2 speeds. It's like if you had a USB 3.0 flash drive and you plug it into a USB 2.0 port, it's only going to run at the speed of the USB port can send the data. So anyway, I'm just scrolling through. You see they have all kinds of great marketing materials. Yeah, crazy stuff. All right, so let me get you back to camera 1 here. And so it looks like both slots are going to run at by 4 speed. And what I think would be ideal is to use the top slot first and then leave the bottom slot available for any future upgrade potential. The screws are already installed on the board. ASUS likes to give you the screws in a little bag, which is a complete waste of materials in my opinion. I like how Gigabyte just puts the screws right there in the standoffs there on the board. So to install our M.2, I've got the SSD 6 right here. And I know it says SSD 6, and it's like, well, wait a minute. I thought you said it was a 660, 665, 670. Yeah, Intel, the way they name stuff is kind of confusing, but the SSD 6 is the 600 series. It could be a 660, 665, or a 670. That's where you got to read the end of the box or pay attention to what you're buying when you're buying it, because it does affect what you're getting. Generally speaking, the less you pay, the less you get, whether that's capacity, performance, or endurance in the case of an SSD. But again, endurance has never been a failure point that I've ever experienced. I've never seen a solid state drive fail because it was worn out. And again, they don't fail in the sense that they don't work. They fail in the sense that they become read-only, and then you can only read data. You won't be able to save any more data. And if I ever see one ever in my life, I'll be glad to show it to you. In the box, it's pretty simple. It's mostly all just cardboard. Everything else in this box is empty, so we'll get rid of that. Got some documentation. We'll put that with the rest of the documentation. And then here in the cardboard, you can open that up. And there's our drive, and this is all just cardboard. So that's 1 terabyte of solid state storage, and we're going to put that, as I mentioned, it's going to go in the top slot right there. And to do that, I'm going to use my JIS driver, which is a Japanese industrial standard driver, which is ideal for these little tiny screws. Now, for all the other screws, I use a standard Phillips number 2 or PH2 driver. But these and laptops really like these JIS drivers. It just fits into the screw head much better. And this is a magnetized screwdriver, as you can see. And we'll just set that aside for a moment. And we will put this drive. These NVMe drives, you'll see it's got a cutout on one side. It can only go in one direction. The chips will always face up, where the sticker faces up. As you can see, I'm going to put it in facing me. Kind of goes in on a bit of an angle like this. And then I will push it forward, and the little gold connector disappears into the connector, and you'll see it kind of springboards up and down like this. That's where this screw comes in, and you don't over tighten this. All this is going to do is go right back where you took it from. Take it till it's snug. That's it. No tighter. That's it. So now we've got our CPU, we've got our storage. we can work on putting our cooler in now. So I'm going to set aside the optical drive. For the cooler, the Noctua NH-U12S is a decent cooler. It's not as pricey as many of Noctua's other offerings. It's also not as heavy. I don't like the idea of having a big heavy cooler hanging sideways inside of a tower case over years and years and years. It can't be good. Furthermore, it limits access when you want to work on the machine. If you have this giant, if you've got a giant cooler sitting like this across the board, it makes it very difficult to work on the board without first removing the cooler, which adds to labor and takes more time. In the box, Noctua always does a really good job with their packing. We start with this box here, which right on the lid of the box tells you what's in this box. So we take that one out. We know what's in here because it tells us. And even on the back of the box, it elaborates even more, which is pretty unique. Oh, I'm sorry. There's nothing on the back of the box. That's the front of the box. It's just on the front of the box. Let me just continue to work backwards. Don't mind me. Then there's a little piece of cardboard here that separates the fan. And when we pull this piece out, which is in there good, let me just turn this upside down. There we go. And then there's nothing else in there. I can dump that. So that's our fan there. And we can lift up, I think we can lift up on this. Like so. Should be able to just pull this out. There we go. The rest is this is all just cardboard. And we chuck it. This little plastic cover is here to keep what I say about the thermal compound. We want to keep the surfaces free of oils from your skin, dust, any other form of contamination that could impede the efficacy of the thermal material. So the thermal material is going to work, right? If I ran this through the mud and then wiped it off with a paper towel and didn't really thoroughly clean it, so there'd still be like microscopic bits, it would impede the cooling effectiveness of the thermal compound, but not to the point that it would really, create a problem. However, why would I do that? Doesn't make any sense. If I'm going to go through this process, I want it to cool as good as it possibly can, which means if it takes a little effort to keep this clean, it's worth it. If you touch this, you say, oh, I already touched it. Q-tip and rubbing alcohol. Wipe it clean, let the alcohol evaporate, and then you can use it. I'm going to set that aside for now. And in this box is the mounting materials for different types of CPUs. AMD CPUs, Intel CPUs, all different styles. And they don't know which one you're going to use it with. So rather than worry about you buying the wrong cooler, they're going to give you everything you need for most modern CPUs. And of course, the documentation for each CPU type. There's 3 different CPU types, so 3 different sets of documentation. So you're only going to read one of these that applies to what you purchased. The other 2 will not apply to you. However, if you would want to repurpose this heatsink in the future and move it to another system, you might want that documentation to know how to do that. For example, in this box, these brackets right here, I can tell you from looking at them, these are AMD brackets. We're not working on an AMD system. We're not going to use those. I think these are all AMD standoffs and screws. So I think this whole little corner right here is for AMD. This up here appears to be for Intel. And that's going to be this bracket, and these screws. And underneath, there's this plate. This is for Intel only. We've got our thermal material, along with a Noctua case badge and the little fan bracket if we wanted to add another fan. That's all in this bag. And this bag contains the little rubber corners to go onto an additional fan, because on this heatsink, it's possible, you see it comes with one, whoops, I just knocked that plastic off. It comes with one fan, but no fan on the other side. It's because you don't need a fan on, most people don't need that. But if you wanted to add another fan, and both fans would be moving air, theoretically, if you did it right, this fan is going to be pushing air through the heatsink to the back here. So we'd want, if we added another fan, we'd also want that fan to move the air in the same way. We're not going to do that, but they include all the parts necessary except the fan. So if you wanted to add the fan, you could. Now I just knocked the little plastic piece that's covering up this highly polished area right here. I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to point at it. And I can bend down and pick it up and put it back, or I can just be careful and not contaminate it. If I contaminate it, I will have to clean it with a Q-tip and rubbing alcohol. This stuff's pretty simple. One of the massive insults, as far as I'm concerned, with how respected Noctua is this is what they give us for a screwdriver. You know, Scythe actually gives you a real screwdriver, and Scythe is nearly half the price. This will and can cause blisters and other finger pain if you're trying to tighten it down. There's nothing ergonomic or soft. There's no plastic to protect you from electrical current. This is about as cheap as you can get from making something out of a coat hanger. So I don't know why Noctua would absolutely dilute their otherwise stellar reputation of quality with something that should be included in something you bought off AliExpress. I just don't understand what's going on with their thinking. However, you do need a long, like Phillips number 2 driver to get this heatsink installed. I guess it's a nice thought that they've given you something, but ideally you'd already have something better than that in your toolbox. If not, you can make it work, but I wouldn't save it. It's it's pretty horrible. It's pretty horrible. I think a screwdriver at Home Depot will cost you about $3. So I wouldn't. I will use this to show you how it's used. But if I wasn't filming this, I would not use this off camera. I would go to my drawer, and I would pull out, what do I have in here? This driver right here, which is what comes with Scythe. You'll see it's got the length we need, and it's more comfortable, and it's got a plastic handle to prevent electrocution. Not that you should have any power on this, but it's generally the consensus when doing electronics work. You always treat a gun like it's loaded, whether it's loaded or not, and you always treat electronics as though they're plugged in, whether they are not. Grounded or not is irrelevant. It's like, well, the gun's got the safety on, so it doesn't matter if it's loaded. Yeah, that's not going to get you any gold stars for a gun safety award. This idea, this absolutism, that if a safety is on, nothing bad could happen, is preposterous. And it's no different than saying, well, I'm grounded, so I can't get electrocuted. It's not true. It will just limit whether or not you might die from it. It just depends on the kind of ground and the kind of short. So we always treat electronics as though they are plugged in, always. Same as a gun. You always treat a gun as though it's loaded, regardless if the safety is on or not. Now, this is a really simple cooler to install. We'll start with the back plate, which I have right here. Now, it does say this is for a socket 115X. This is a socket 1200. It doesn't start with 115, it starts with 120. That's because to change this would mean having to go pull products off of shelves just to rebrand them. And eventually, I'm sure that they've adjusted that in manufacturing to represent socket 1200. But socket 1151 and socket 1200 use the same coolers. So if we look on the back of the board here, you will see, let's see if I can, this camera is going to have to be adjusted. This is where it's going to get difficult to show you because of camera position. So I guess I'll just raise this up a bit and we'll zoom in a little more. I'm trying to anticipate where I need to go with this to show you. But what I'm going to do, if you see I pick the board up, you see how I hold it? I'm going to grab it by things like the I/O or by the heatsink. I'm not going to touch the components, or I'm going to hold it by the edges. That's why I don't wear an anti-static strap, because I'm never touching any components ever. Never, ever. This is the back of the socket that the CPU is in. You'll see it's got 2 screws and 1 screw that hold the socket in. And you'll see this rear bracket that Noctua has included has 2 holes on the top and 1 hole on the bottom, unless you're holding it upside down. I like that Noctua has pre-installed these screws. They're already in the back plate. A lot of other manufacturers, you have to do that yourself, and it can be a little bit of a trick to hold them in place. So this is already done for you. So just align those holes with where the screws are. You see that? And then we can lay the board down. Again, pay attention to how I hold the board. Notice that my hands are not touching anything but the like the I/O here with my thumb, and my other thumb is at the edge. My fingers not touching the back of the board. It's just these 2 fingers are touching. My ring finger and pinky remain free. And I will set this down. And what's going to happen is this heatsink has to sit with the fan facing where the RAM is going to plug in. It's going to sit down on top of that. However, in order for that to happen, we have these little brackets to put on, and they kind of look like parentheses, if you notice. And on one end of these brackets with a Noctua cooler, on the bottom, what is effectively the top of the bracket, that's how you can tell the top from the bottom, is where the post sticks up. That's what your heatsink is going to secure onto. And the lever that we raised and lowered to get the CPU installed, one of these brackets is going to go exactly over that lever. Just like that. And the other bracket is going to go opposite, so it's symmetrical. It's like a mirror image. And I realize the camera angle on that's kind of crappy. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit and show you better. There we go. This is important. Now, it doesn't matter if I take this one and move it to this side. Doesn't matter. It's all fat dinkum. However, putting it on this way, well, you could make it work, make it fit. You can't make it work. Your heatsink then would be required to go on with the fan facing up or down instead of left or right, and it isn't going to cool effectively. So, while it is possible to install it that way, it would be a really bad idea. So always, a simple way to remember on an Intel system is the bracket goes over the lever of the CPU socket. And the other bracket fits exactly opposite. And then in the little bag that came with everything, which I have right here, there are some standoffs. And those standoffs are going to secure down on top of these screws that poke out, and they're going to lock these brackets onto that back plate so that when I lift the board up, the back plate won't fall off. So that's the last remaining step, is we just have to put the little caps basically on top of these screws. So let me get my scissors and I'll open this bag, and let me get the camera backed off a little bit so you can get a wider angle of what I'm doing here, and then I'll zoom it back in just a moment. So in the bag, we have a lot of stuff, most of which we're not using for this socket, for this type of CPU socket. We have spacers, which you can see here. There's 4 spacers. We have these little, let me show you these. Now these little doodads right here these are for a socket 2011, sort of the high-end Intel Xeon type chips. This goes beyond the type of builds that you see me do here. For the most part, I think I've only done like 2 builds that utilize a socket 2011. And it's just another kind of an Intel socket. So they share some similarities, but we don't use those for this build. The documentation, I mentioned there were 3 little booklets here, and they tell you what they're for. Right up in the corner, let me bring this up to the camera so you can see. Right up here, it says, come on camera. This says LGA 20XX. So the LGA 20XX is like the 2011, like I was talking about. That's the high-end Intel Xeon stuff. This one is for AMD. We're not building AMD, so we don't need that. And this one says it's for LGA 115X, which is also 1200. I don't know why, but that's, you know, it works. And then if we open it up, the documentation is very clear. It's very simple. And it's quite well done, if I don't say so. It's quite well done. But essentially, it's just telling us these are the parts in the bag that we need. And what's interesting is it does show those spacers are used. And, oh, I can see why. Okay, I see why the spacers need to be used. Because if you look, do you see how the screw is exposed underneath the bracket right under here? Do you see that? So there's nothing to keep that from bending if you tighten the... If I take the screw and tighten it down on top of this bracket, what's to keep that bracket from bending down? So the spacer is going to fit between the bracket and the motherboard, and that's going to keep the bracket from being bent, from being over tightened. That makes complete and total sense, yes? I get it. So these are the spacers, and all I have to do is I'll just lift one of these up, and I'll place a spacer here, and I'll place a spacer here, and now I can put that back. It's still going to sit exactly where it was, but now if I tighten it too much, it won't bend the bracket. Same on the other side. Just slide it over, and then place the bracket on top. Now these little, I'm sure they have a word for these little end caps. What are they called? Hold on, I bet they have a name for it in the directions. They have a name. They're called thumb screws. Well, they're not thumb screws like I've ever seen, but okay, if we want to call them thumb screws, that's fine with me. But these little tiny Let's see if I can show you on the camera. See how hard this stuff is to film? You gotta get just the right angle. Anyway, it's a Phillips head on top, and you can start these with your hands. And then you can use their little blister maker, and you can use this to tighten these down, which I think is really stupid. So I use my power driver just to get the bulk of the work done, and I'll just make sure that they're good and tight. That's it. You don't really have to torque that down super heavy or anything like that. You want it tight, but don't over tighten it. Now we can put our thermal compound on top of the CPU. And I also want to make sure that I remove the fan from the heatsink. So I'm going to back the camera off one more time here for you. Put that back where it was. Let's back this off for just a second before we continue, because I've not been paying attention to the chat. So if you guys have been talking to me about anything, I've not seen it. So bear with me for a second here. Ah, there you are. Did I miss anything? Geekazoid Tech contributed $5. He says, many blessings to you, Carey, joining you on my birthday. Hey, happy birthday, Geekazoid. Gary Tatum contributed $20. He says, great video idea and sound advice. Thank you, Gary. Michael Dane, he's the man. He contributes $10. He says, great chat, Professor Holzman. Right on, thank you. If you had asked me a question or if I had misstated something and you want to correct me, I'm watching the chat now. I was not watching it earlier, so feel free to repeat whatever I missed, because it's going to be darn near impossible for me to go back through all those chat messages that I've missed to look for it. And I'm just going to wait a second to give people a chance to respond, because there's a delay from when I say something to when you hear it. And yeah. We'll get back to putting the heatsink on here in just a moment. This is a very quick build, and so I'm sort of stalling a little bit to interact with everybody and try to make this a bit more personable than just cold tech. Steve Yoakum contributes $5. He says, great show. Hey, thank you, Steve. Thanks for supporting the channel. David says he sees smudges on that CPU. Not possible, but I see what you're talking about. If I don't believe I've touched it, but it's possible that I did. Here's the thing. How you choose to react to that is entirely up to you. There is no harm in grabbing a Q-tip and some rubbing alcohol and cleaning it, even if it's already clean. You're not going to hurt anything. Or you can leave it like it is, because those smudges aren't going to make 1 degree of difference in the actual temperature and cooling efficiency of the thermal compound. However, this is a call for you to make. Whether I leave those smudges on or not are more than likely not going to make any difference whatsoever in the cooling. But I do have some OCD, and now that you've pointed it out to me and I see them, I'm going to clean it. And I got a feeling they're not smudges. I got a feeling they're going to stay on there even with, you'll see. Yates Networks contributes $5. He says, nothing to say, but just thank you. Right on, thank you. Fly Guy 23 says, will this CPU work okay in a blue case? What about a white case? Don't be a caseist. It's going to work fine. Rick says he's going to be happy when the snow we're getting here today is gone. Oh man, I miss the snow. Wish I had some snow. Tech Vets tonight has been canceled. Mike is not feeling well, so even though we were aiming to do every Wednesday, hopefully Mike will feel better next week. Breaking the fourth wall says it might be that the smudges will make a difference in how fast thermal paste degrades. Well, that's entirely possible. But again, we're talking about, over a very long period of time. Like it's not like it's going to go bad in 2 months or something. I think you would be more likely to have a dry paste situation long before you had a degrading paste situation with regards to contamination, but anything's possible. So if we just remove it, if we clean it before we install, then we remove that possibility. So why not do it? Matt says he can ship me some snow. I think it's just going to arrive as water. Cody says, when I take the heatsink off an AMD CPU, I usually turn the computer on for about 10 or 15 minutes, then turn it off. Yeah, that'll heat up the thermal compound, but a lot of people don't do that. And sometimes it doesn't help very much. And again, on an Intel build, you don't have to do that. These are added steps you have to take with an AMD that nobody wants to talk about. The people that promote AMD will not give you all of facts. Statistically speaking, I have yet to see somebody who promotes AMD mention the caveats. It's like it's always perfect. Intel's not perfect either. Intel's got its caveats too. So I don't want to make it out like I'm attacking AMD. I'm not. But I'm frustrated of the lack of full disclosure on behalf of those who are loyal to a manufacturer. Be aware that they're not disclosing all the information to you in most cases. That's all. That's all I'm trying to get across. They'll tell you what they want you to hear. That's what it amounts to. And I want you to hear all of the information I have, which may not be all of the information, but I want you to have all the information I have so that you can make the right decision for you. You don't need to make the right decision for me or for Fly Guy 23. No offense, Fly Guy 23. But, you do you. You do your computer for your needs, your budget, your expectations, your way. That's the beauty of the whole PC world, in my opinion. If you want something like everybody else, go buy an Apple. Classic Mobile Home says, we did a PC build with 16 gigs of RAM. Right on. I hope it worked well for you. Subdue Light says, I removed an old Thermaltake cooler off of an ancient 8320. A few twists and it came right off, no problems. Hey, that's great. I'm not saying that it'll always be a problem. I'm saying it'll never be a problem on this Intel socket type, where it is a potential problem on AMD's socket type. That's all I'm saying. Professor Holzman has a nice ring to it, Michael Dane says. Is it a diamond ring? Okay, I don't see any other questions here. Should I move on, or am I being impatient? We're what, an hour and 45 minutes into this? Arthur wants to know the CPU we're using. It's a 10700K. I will remind you that all of the parts in today's build are listed in the video notes below the video. Classic Mobile Home says, yeah, I'm on the computer that he has built and it works great. Right on. Well, I hope my videos inspired you to build it or maybe helped you along the way. I hope. And now we have another believer. Welcome into the cult. Now drink your Kool-Aid and wait for the comet and take off your Nikes. Okay, Zyson says, can we get the switches identical? Having an adjustable next to two binary on the bulkhead is distracting. Switches where? The bulkhead of what? I don't know what you're referencing. Michael says, Carey, tonight you are the man. No, he says you are the one. All right, I'll take that. You're the man, I'm the one. That's fine. Greg Guy says, last week I replaced my son's ADATA 720 SSD with a Samsung 970 Evo Plus. Cloned it using Samsung's migration with no problems. Right on. Well done. David likes to use Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut thermal compound. David, a great experiment for you would be to buy the cheapest thermal compound you can find anywhere. Do all the heat tests you want to do with your crazy knot stuff. And then do it again, same chip, same everything, just clean off your old thermal compound, put on the cheap stuff and measure the difference. And I think you're going to be shocked. It's almost immeasurable. I think that expensive thermal compound is ideal for experimenters and overclockers and researchers when they want to increase frequency by increasing voltage. And so you're increasing heat and you need to stave that heat off as much as possible. And every little tiny bit helps when you're trying to get 1 little hertz faster just to set that world record, even though you're probably going to toast your CPU in the process. Like if you're not using liquid nitrogen, I don't think you need Cryonaut and Crazy Knot. I think it's a waste of money. However, it's your money, and if it makes you feel better and that's your peace of mind, well, spend away. But for everybody else who cares about practicality, there's absolutely no reason. And you're welcome to test me on this. Turn on your camera and film the results so you can prove me wrong. If there is a difference, it's by no more than about 2 degrees Celsius. And if 2 degrees Celsius makes a difference in your world, I don't want to live in your world because that's too edgy for me. And you got to remember, room temperature, you've got to allow for a variance in room temperature, which I think means you've got to be plus or minus 2 or 3 C just in variance of the control. And therefore, it would be a wash. But that, again, just information, decide for yourself. If you see value in that, buy it. But I wouldn't operate a business using that stuff because it would add to my overhead cost. It would be something the customer would be paying for. And at the end of the day, the system is not going to run any cooler for that customer. It isn't going to last any longer. And it's just a waste of money in that sense. It's sort of like when a dealer wants to sell you the undercoating for your car. I guess some people always buy it. I've never bought it. Here in Arizona, they call it the Desert Protection Package, which is just basically nothing. The price of the car includes our Desert Protection Package. Really? You guys can keep that. I don't want that on my car. Desert Protection Package. DPP. What's the DPP on the invoice? Oh, that's the Desert Protection Package. Oh, is that like handling and shipping and handling? Can I ship it without the handling, or can I just get the handling without the shipping? So for me personally, I think that stuff's a big placebo, expensive placebo. But if a placebo makes you feel better, then it's worth every penny. Classic Mobile Home says, if you go to my YouTube page, you'll see it. I'll tell you what, let's turn you blue, and then you can post a link to it here in the chat so others can see it. We certainly like to support our community. And when somebody actually goes through the effort of making a video, and you realize how difficult it is, and you realize how many jerks are out there to insult you in your hard work. It takes a lot of guts to do it. So I encourage you to do it. And I encourage you to share that with others. And I encourage others to view it so they can see different styles of how it's done and maybe get a sense of appreciation of how difficult it is to film. Not to build, but to film a build. Israel says, hello from Israel. It's 2:50 a.m. right now in Israel. Thank you for being a great guide. Well, thank you. Thanks for joining us. Jim says, as long as the CPU stays under 80 degrees Celsius, I don't care what the temp is. I'd say if it stays 85 or less, I don't care. When it hits 85, I get a little worried, but it shouldn't be hitting 85 regardless, unless you're overclocking. Subdue Light says, I'm pretty cheap, so I just use the average compound when I need to. Yeah. You know what amazes me? And I've talked about this before, and let's make Subdue Light blue. What amazes me is how many people don't consider the thermal compound on the other side of the heatsink. I've showed this. If you look at my channel, I have demonstrated where I've taken a screwdriver and pried the lid off. And Intel and AMD both, they just slop on the cheapest crap they got. It's not neat. It's not done with care. It's just slopped on there. So while you might have real expensive thermal compound on top, either through ignorance or defiance, you're not considering, there's two sides to the heatsink. There's a top and a bottom. You can't see the underside of it, not without potentially damaging the CPU by delidding it. It's called delidding when we take this top off of it. Once you've delidded it, then you can, clean up the cheap, crappy thermal compound the factory uses and put something nice under it. But as long as you're not changing what's under it, how much difference do you think it makes to change what's on top of it? I just want you to think about that. It's really a rhetorical question. It's not meant to be answered. I just want you to think about that. And Dr. Michael Ferguson contributes £5. Thank you, good doctor. AJ says, it's almost 2 a.m. here in the Netherlands. Time to hit the sack. Well, before you go, AJ, let's make sure you are blue. In Navy terms, I believe bulkheads means walls. Typically, bulkheads refer to, like in a house, a bulkhead would be an area where the ceiling kind of comes down a little bit, and there's the air conditioner or the heat vents are going through that area. That would be called a bulkhead. And it may be that the ceiling's a certain height, but at another area the ceiling drops down a little bit. Typically it's like a foot difference between the bulkhead, and then the bulkhead is usually worked into the design of the house. So in what was said, I didn't quite understand that reference either. Arthur says he thinks the 10th gen Intel has soldered thermal interface material. I have not taken apart a 10th gen, and I've not Googled, somebody who has. So that would be nice if Intel did that, because if you see, I took apart an older Pentium, that I had laying around just to delid it. It's a mess. It's no different than if you've ever taken the heatsink off an Xbox. It's a horrible mess. Michael is going to brag and make me feel little. He's given away computer number 51. He said this time it was a Samsung Tab S5e tablet. Michael Dane in our chat room has given away 51 computers over what, 2 or 3 years to members in his community in need. That's awesome. We have amazing people in this community, and that type of generosity is, look, if you gave 1 computer to somebody in need, that'd be a really super thing to do. Repeat that 50 more times, and now you're at Michael Dane levels. So proud. That's very inspiring. Subdue Light says, it's the first time I've ever been a wrench. I don't feel worthy. Well, obviously, if you have a wrench, you're worthy. David Epic says, we call the exit from the basement the bulkhead. Isn't that the staircase? What's the exit from the basement? There's only one exit from a basement. It's stairs, isn't it? Oh. Michael says, Carey is the one who got me started. Don't blame me. I'm not responsible. Tim Too Much says, hello all. Great video for people to learn. Building a PC is like getting a tattoo. After one, you want more. They told me that when I got my tattoo. They said, welcome to your new addiction. I've never wanted another one. I'm very happy with the one I have, and I was like, okay, we'll see, but I was thinking of another one, but it would just be because it's cool. It doesn't have any deep meaning like the one I have has a very deep meaning to me. In this little bag, getting back to the cooler install, Noctua includes this little tube of thermal compound. By the way, this is great thermal compound. You can buy this tube of thermal compound on Amazon for about $7 or $8, and it'll be good for about 4 or 5 or maybe 6 applications. These are the extra brackets if you wanted to add another fan. There's a low noise adapter, which is just basically going to make the fan run slower, so we don't use that. And then there's a heavy metal, it's like the weight of a United States nickel coin. And that's Noctua's case badge. They really go all out with their case badge, not so much with their screwdrivers. So, you know, make sure you invest the money properly is all I'm saying. All right. All right. So getting back to this, where was I? I've got to remove the fan from the heatsink because, as you can see, well, you probably can't see. Let me bring it over to you. Don't get up. I'll come to you. It's fine. There is, of the screws that we tighten down, one fully accessible. The other is underneath the fan. So we have to take the fan off in order to get to that screw. It's actually not a screw. It's a, as you can see, it's got a hole in it. And that hole is going to fit over these posts that stick up from the brackets. Those are threaded, so it just screws down on top of it. But I guess I'll go ahead and get some Q-tips and thermal rubbing alcohol, and we'll see if those smudges come off, if we can even see any smudges. I'm not sure there's any smudges on there, but can't hurt. So I have some 99% alcohol. The higher the alcohol content, the better. Leaves less residue. I've got some Q-tips. I've dipped the Q-tip in the alcohol, and I'm going to just rub the top of the heat spreader here. and that's going to evaporate on its own. Always put the cap back on your rubbing alcohol, or it will over time evaporate, and you'll have an empty bottle. Take a while, but it happens. It can happen. And just give that a minute to evaporate. It's almost gone. Yeah, I can't really tell if there's still a smudge or not. But I know it's as clean as it's reasonably going to get. And so what I'm going to do next is put the thermal compound on. So I'm going to take the thermal compound, take the little cap off of here, and I'm going to put on, exactly that much right there. And then we'll put the cap back on it and set it aside. I don't like this idea of squishing the thermal compound down, because then I don't know if there's full coverage. I don't know if I put on too much, because it'll start oozing out the sides and the heat sink's going to cover that all up. I won't see it. I won't see the mess. If I don't put on enough, the heatsink is going to be covering it, so I won't be able to see what areas of the CPU are missing thermal compound. There's circuitry, there's a die, several, one for the GPU, one for the CPU, and then I think the cache completely underneath the die. It's not like one area of the die gets hotter than another. Back in the old days, yes, the middle was most important, but these days the entire thing should be covered evenly. And what I do is I grab a nitrile glove, not a rubber glove and not a nylon glove, but a nitrile glove. And I'm going to put that on right now. So we keep everything clean. And I'm going to do a little finger painting and spread this around just like a painter. Happy little trees. You see how I poke at it? You see how there's little, I don't know how well you can see that. Do you know why I do that? You see, there's people online that'll talk to you about air bubbles and other ridiculous, imaginative nonsense that plays no practical role in reality. However, to appease these vividly imaginative people, what I've learned is if you dab the thermal compound, as I've done here, boy, this camera just isn't doing it for me today. By dabbing it, by creating little hills and valleys, when I smush it down, it's still going to have the effect of spreading it out. It's just not so vulgar. It's not so, vulgar is not the right word. It's, the compression that's going to take place is still the same scientific compression that would take place if we just had a little dab. But in this case, we know the entire surface is covered. And through those little hills and valleys, it'll squish out any potential for air bubbles. The same way, the same argument that they're using for not doing it this way is valid if you just add that one step. Now their arguments no longer applies. And I'm just going to pick this a little up, this camera, which is pointing at the wall. Bear with me for a second, because I really want to show you this thermal compound application. See little hills and valleys? So that's still going to compress down and spread. It's just not going to spread as far, right? It's just going to spread a little teeny tiny bit. But the air bubbles they're talking about are teeny, teeny, tiny. That's why they don't really matter. But they won't listen. So we just do it this way, and then everybody's happy. Or at least they have no valid argument against it, other than, I don't like it. Now, personally, I don't care how you put your thermal compound on, and you shouldn't care how anybody else does it either. It's none of your business. They want to put it on any way they want to. That's their right. It's their computer. Show a little respect. That's what I say. Now I'm going to take the I'm going to take the fan off of the heatsink here. So I've already started with this side. There's just a little pull down here. We pull it down and away, and then the whole fan should come free for us. And we'll set it aside. I want the fan, this can go on, like I said, this can go on this way or this way. I know I took the fan off of this side, and for my OCD to be happy, I want to make sure the fan is on the same side I took it from, but it honestly doesn't matter with this cooler. The side cooler, it matters on the Mugen 5, but on this Nashua cooler, they're both the same side. But this is the side the fan came off of, and that's the side I want to face the RAM sockets, okay? By the way, if this was a side cooler, the fan would also face the RAM sockets. No matter what air cooler we're putting on here, if it's got one fan, the fan goes towards your RAM sockets, and it's going to blow air out towards your I/O here, where your keyboard and video and stuff are all plugged in. And if we just put this on top, be aware that some coolers, like Side's Mugen 5, have a plastic cover that you have to peel off the bottom of the heatsink. If you don't peel that off, that can impede your cooling quite a bit. Have I ever done that? No. Okay, once on camera. That's the only time that counts. In front of 1,000 people live. So what are you worried about? To get this started, you'll see there's springs on these screws. Let me zoom you back in so you can see what I'm doing. Here we go. That looks pretty good. I'll take the blister maker screwdriver that Nashua generously gives us, because they couldn't give us anything less than this. And if it's centered correctly, I should be able to get a couple of turns to get it started. But you see it's still coming up, so it's still not started. Come on now. Now you'll see this side isn't coming up, so I've already started this side, but I might have started it too much. No, I didn't. You can also use your fingers, by the way, and just go old school. Once they're started, it's super easy. Sometimes the tighter you make one side, the harder the other side is. So you just want to give them as little bit of turning as possible so that they hold. And of course, you've got to make sure that you're on the post, or it's never gonna thread. And this is way easier than I'm making it look. Something just isn't lined up correctly. Did I get it that time? Okay, now I want to tighten each side down fairly evenly. So let's say we go 1, 2, 2.5, 1, 2, 2.5. Now I can go another 1, 2, and then come over here. You don't have to be this exact. Just do your best. I could probably take this all the way down. Well, maybe not. We'll just come over here. Maybe I could take this one all the way down now. Now that's squishing that thermal compound. Yeah, there we go. Good and tight. And good and tight there. Check both sides. Double check both sides, make sure they're tight. Okay. The fan. We're about to put the fan back on. Let me back the camera off a little bit. We're a little too tight for you to see this little process here. Back it off a little more. That's pretty good. See this power cable on the fan? I want that power cable to run as close as I can get it to the connector on the board back here. So to do that, I need to make sure that these, you see on the fan how there's these support brackets on one side, and the other side there's no support brackets. This is the side that sucks air in, or it pulls air in, and then it pushes the air out this way. We want the air to get pushed through the heatsink here. So that means we turn it this direction. But I don't want this cable, actually that might work okay. I was gonna say I would want the cable on this side. However, it looks like the way Nactua has it set up is gonna work out pretty well for us here. So what I'm gonna do is grab these little wire hangers. I'm gonna put the fan and try and level the top of the fan with the top of the heatsink. And then you pull back these wire hangers, and it's gonna latch into the slots of the heatsink on both sides. Just do one at a time. And if it doesn't latch in, it maybe you just have to align it a little up or down. Feel like that's a little bit low on this side. And again, this is mostly an OCD issue. I want it to be level. What's important is that it's blowing air out through the heatsink. This could be uncrooked as long as the 75% of it's getting through this heatsink. That's the important part. But we want the air to be pulled in, blown through the back, and then we want it to come out this way towards you. And this is the back of the case where there's going to probably be a case fan that's also going to be blowing air that way. So all the airflow is all moving in the same direction. It's important if you care about your cooling. This little piece right here is just going to go on this gray connector, and it'll say CPU connector, but otherwise you can refer to your motherboard manual. And this is keyed, meaning that there's a little right there. See if I can zoom in on that so you can see it. There's like a plastic piece that's part of the plug, or the socket rather. There it is. And that prevents you from plugging it in backwards or upside down. In other words, there's little grooves on one side, if you look closely. And those little grooves are going to hug where that little plastic piece is sticking out, if you align it correctly. All right. I'm going to do this backwards away from me just so you can see it. This is real talent, ladies and gentlemen. That is a skill, working backwards. And then we can grab a nylon zip tie if we want to, and we can tie this little slack up a little bit here. So yeah, if we don't do that now, it'll be almost impossible to do once this has been put in the case. So the rest of the components for the cooler, we keep these, and I always give them to the customer, because even though we don't need them anymore for this build, if they want to repurpose this cooler to another build in the future, or give it to a friend for a friend to use, and maybe they've got an AMD CPU, then as long as you keep all the spare parts, you can do that, including this blister maker. As For the cable, I can grab a nylon zip tie real quick and just get that out of the way. I'd rather do it now. This is pretty boring stuff right here, but this is just for looks. On a case that has no window. Keeps my OCD happy. Oh no. Oh, I see. I see what I did there. And I'll grab my needle nose pliers and my wire cutters so I can tighten that up, because it's in a real tight spot here. You don't need to over tighten it, you know, just snug it up there real good, and then we'll cut the pigtail off. Huh? How you like that? How you like them apples? Oh wait, that's not an apple, it's a PC. Okay, last thing I need to do is slap some RAM on it. And I say it that way because it's practically how it's done. This is our RAM, like I said, some cheap RAM I had laying around. It's 16 gigs, that means they're 8 gigs each. And on the gigabyte motherboards, you're gonna put them either into the gray or into the black, one or the other. I prefer to use DIMM sockets number 1 and 2 first. And on the board, labeled right above the sockets on the right side, it says, it wants me to use A2 and B2 first. It wants me to use the gray ones first. Now, it'll still work, but I definitely want to follow the manufacturer's guidelines here, because I was going to put the RAM closest to the CPU first, because that's going to be hard to add to in the future without taking out what we already have. But Gigabyte is specifically telling us right on the board, just in case you don't read the manual, let me show you. It's etched onto the board. So if I tilt the board up, right here, it says, this one is the one that it labels first. The next one down, this gray one, is what's second. The third one down is what's listed third on the list, and the fourth one down is the bottom of the list. And there's this little box they made, and it says first, meaning use these two first. In other words, use the gray sockets first. That's all they're trying to say there. If you're only going to use 2 sticks of RAM, use the gray sockets. Okay, so we'll open the retention levers up. In fact, we can open them all up. Just get them all open. Take the RAM out of the package. Do I need to show you how to do that? The RAM is going to go in one direction only. You see the RAM's got a little cut. Looks like it's in the middle, but it's offset from the middle. So if you try and put it in backwards, it does not align. It'll sit in the socket, but it won't seat down. You see how this side is up higher? No, this side. This side is up. See how it's like a teeter-totter. It's teetering and tottering or seesawing over the little notch that the hole is supposed to align. So if I turn this 180 degrees and set it back in the track, and notice I'm not forcing anything, and now it's not doing that anymore. It no longer teeter-totters to one side or the other. And visually, you'll see the notch align with the slot in the RAM module. And then using my thumbs, I can push down one side and then the other side. I didn't hear this side click. There it goes. We're going to skip a slot and go to that last gray slot. Again, making sure to align it with the slot in the proper orientation. Do not force it. If it's not fitting, you're doing something wrong. It should easily slide in and out of its track. real easy. So once it's straight in the track, then and only then do I apply pressure with one thumb and then the other thumb. And it does take quite a bit of pressure. The system now just needs power to be powered on, and we can do our first test boot. And I've really extended the amount of time that this project should take by doing a lot of explanations and by interacting with you guys, because I like that. This whole thing is probably a 20-minute job. If the camera wasn't on, or if I wasn't distracted with a conversation, this is a 20-minute job. Now, by no means should you think if it takes you longer than 20 minutes that you've done something wrong. It's going to take you as long as it needs to take you. Please, it's not a race. Enjoy your build. Enjoy the building process. Because it's going to be over before you know it, and then you're going to want to build another one, and it gets real expensive. So just savor it, is what I'm saying. Now, for the power supply, we'll use this one, because I mean, it's what we're going to put in the case. And I want to remind you, everything is live and unscripted. So if I have any DOA parts, dead on arrival parts, you'll see. And if you're familiar with my channel, you know that maybe has happened twice, maybe 3 times since 2008. It's very rare these days to get a bad part. Unless something happened to it in shipping, you know. Not much you can do about that. Okay, thermal take. This box is pretty banged up. But power supplies, the only moving part a power supply has is the cooling fan. So I'm not worried about any damage based on this box condition. It's probably going to be just fine. Documentation, warranty information, power cable, box, silica gel, probably some screws in here. Yeah, there's 4 black screws in the bag with the power cable. I don't think that's supposed to happen. What came out of there? There's a little teeny tiny screw. Okay, that's a new one. That's never happened before. That just fell out of the inside of the power supply. Now that could be something that was once screwed in somewhere, and now the damage to the box, maybe something shook it free, but it doesn't look familiar to me. This is going to convert your 120 or 240, whatever voltage you have in the country you live in. This converts it down to 5 volts, 12 volts, and 3 volts. This is the most dangerous part of your computer as far as, you know, power. And so when I pick up a power supply and I just naturally move it, I'm not intentionally looking to shake it for anything loose, but I couldn't help but notice as soon as I was taking it out of the bag, I was hearing something rattle inside, which was concerning. And you'll see if you rewind the video, I grabbed these cables and pulled them away just to make sure it wasn't the cables rubbing up against the edge that I was hearing, because it sounded like there was something in the power supply. And then I intentionally shook it. Again, you have to go back because I didn't really explain this as I did it. And then through this grill, a screw fell out. Now here's what's interesting to me. If you look at this power supply, let me bring it to you again, you'll see that there are screws holding in the fan. There's 4 screws, all of those are there. And then there are 4 screws that hold the outer casing together. They don't want you in here. There's 120 volts coming in from your wall. This could really, really cause you great pain if you open this up and work on it. So they've got a warranty void if removed sticker on that screw, and then the other screws, which look like the one that fell out, looks just like the ones that are in here, right here where my finger is. None of these are missing. So I don't know if it's a mistake that was made at the factory, or if there is going to be a couple of screws that hold the circuit board. You see that circuit board in there? It's right here. That's secured down with screws to the bottom. Everything's backwards. To the bottom here. So it could be one of those screws as well. But looking through there, the screws look silver. I have no idea what that screw is. I've been told I had a screw loose before, but I always thought that was a figure of speech. Anyway, I'm not worried. It's probably fine. Probably not needed. Get a fire extinguisher handy just in case. Okay, all I need to do is hook up 2 power cables. I need to hook up the big one here and the little one for the CPU called the EPS power connector right there. So out of this big bundle of cables, I'm just going to plug in those 2. So I need the big one and the little one. And all the other ones, that's for other stuff we don't need today or we don't need right now as far as this lesson is concerned. So I'm going to go ahead and set this down. Don't lay your power supply with the fan down because the fan is sucking air in, it's pulling air in. And so if you set your power supply on the table, you're suffocating it. So make sure the fan can breathe. Take that big power cable, just kind of untangle it a bit here, and then we're going to plug that in and make it impossible for you to see. Trying to find the easiest way around all these cables. This only goes on one direction. The clip is going to go towards the outside edge. And you're going to push that, kind of wiggle it a little as you push down, and you'll hear it click in, and that's on there. And then the little 8-pin connector here, that should be this one. And this one will split into 2 4-pin connectors if your motherboard only has a 4-pin. These pull apart. Different power supply manufacturers do it different ways. I like how Thermaltake has done this. You don't see me struggle to hold them together. They are clipped together, but they can separate if need be. This is an 8-pin plug here. So again, the clip on this one, you can feel the little ridge. The clip is going to hook on right underneath my finger there. So it only fits on one way. And when you push down, it locks in. Finally, we need the power switch, and we need a video cable and a keyboard and a mouse. That's pretty much it. So I keep an old front bezel for just this purpose. That's going to fly off the desk. So that is already wired up with a connector that's universal for all the motherboards. And it's got my power LED, my hard drive LED, reset switch, power switch, and the speaker. There's a little speaker wire tied in there. So all I have to do is set this down onto the connector, and now all my switches and lights are hooked up. That's it. Finally, we run an HDMI cable to the capture card, and I need a keyboard and a mouse, and we can do our first test boot. Are you excited? Well, relax. It's not that big of a deal. I've done this a million times. All right, where is my HDMI? Okay, I got HDMI here, and I need a keyboard and mouse. I've got one of those over here. All right. Okay. Keyboard and mouse, HDMI cable. So I'll take the HDMI cable, we'll plug it in. Let's see, let's take this out. Let's plug this in. just back here at the back of the streaming computer, plugging into the capture card. We'll grab the other end, obviously, of the HDMI cable, and we are going to plug it in like so. I'm going to switch this power supply to the off position, and then I'll grab a power cable, which I have here on the floor, because you know, it's where I keep my power cables. Push that on there. Oh, that little screw just, he's a runner. Keep an eye on that guy. Okay. And then I just need to plug the little USB dongle in for the keyboard and mouse, which is in the mouse. So I'll just take that out of the mouse. I'll turn the mouse on. I'll turn the keyboard on. There's a little switch back here. Take any USB port available. I'm going to go with the one over by the PS2 slot here, just because. And if we did everything correctly, this should power on. It should acknowledge our 16 gigs of RAM. It should acknowledge our 10700K processor. And it's not going to boot to anything because it's a brand new NVMe drive. It's got no partition. It's never been formatted, and it's never had an operating system. So it should either, like, say there's no bootable device, or just take us into the BIOS. That's what it's supposed to do. And let's see if my crystal ball is working. Hold on, let me check. Is the system going to boot the first time? What does it say? I don't know what it says. Signs point to yes. Here, hold on. Let me be careful not to change it. Okay, well, there you go. It's as good as done now. You know it's going to work. The magic 8-ball never lies. It might deceive, but it never lies. That's one of my important diagnostic tools I use when fixing customer computers. That's not true. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just amusing myself. So another day then? Pretty much. That's the RAM package. I can go over with the rest of the RAM packages. Let's see. We want to turn on camera input number 2. Camera input number 2. And then I'll take camera 1, which is me, and I'll move myself into a corner. Samuel Ramos contributed $10. He says, how's Lyle and Jimmy doing? I miss them both. They're well. Thank you for the contribution. And another $10 from Samuel Ramos. Thank you for both of those contributions. Lyle had surgery to remove some lipomas, and so he's still recovering from that, but he's feeling a lot better, and he's pretty much back to his old self again, being a brat. Feral Sparky contributes $2. He says, good evening, bud. Good evening. Welcome in. Thank you for the support. I'm going to flip the switch on the back of the power supply here back to the on position. I'm going to hit the power button here, this one that says PW. And now, fan is turning. The light is lit up. This is a little nerve-wracking because it's going to take a moment for it to train the memory. So be patient on your first power up. It could take 90 seconds to 2 minutes. It feels like, ooh, we got 5 beeps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an interesting error code. I don't know what 5 beeps means. It's been a long time since I use error codes to help me diagnose a problem. But my immediate I'm suspecting it's the RAM. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip the switch on the power supply back to the off position. And I'm going to go full screen here on camera 1. And what I'm going to do with the switch off, I'm going to unseat this RAM module and take it out. I'm going to unseat the other RAM module and take it out. And I'm going to put this one where the other one was, just to ensure that everything was seated correctly. I could have a bad RAM module. It's possible. And we're just going to trade them. I may not have seated it correctly. Remember that first one, I had to push down extra hard. So this is a very simple little thing to do. We're going to turn it back on one more time. And once again, I'll put myself in the corner here. Oh. So we're still with 5 beeps. So the next step, what's up, I had my switch. The next step is to try one RAM module at a time. However, that doesn't really benefit me at all. In other words, even if I determine one RAM module or the other is bad, the outcome for me is I can't use this regardless. So if you're a home user, you may not have a choice but to reduce down to 1. So we'll just try it with 1, even though I'm not going to do just 1, right? But just for the sake of curiosity, we're going to just fire this up with a 1 RAM module. Where's my mouse? I'm going to go back over to camera 2 here. Okay, we'll turn it back off again. You got to turn it off at the power supply, because otherwise there's still voltage running through the board. And we'll go to this one, just to see if perhaps one of these modules is bad. You see how fast I do it? It's just boom, it's done. It's not going to work. Now, this is pretty interesting. Because this is live and unscripted, I have never experienced incompatible RAM with an Intel board. But this is the way it's behaving. It's behaving like an AMD system. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab another set of RAM, which is something maybe a home user wouldn't have another set of RAM laying around. But I do. And this is RAM by a completely different manufacturer. I think this came out of an AMD build that it wasn't compatible in. But this is some RAM. It's not even in the right package, but I put it away. This is probably 32 gigs of RAM. This is DDR3200 RAM. And once again, we're going to align it accordingly. You know what? Let me go full screen again here for you guys. Oh, wrong keyboard. Here we go. So we'll put this one in like so. This is a little bit nicer RAM. It's got the little heat shield on it. I think it's a RAM issue. Okay. That's my inclination. That's what I think it is. I could be wrong. Let's find out. I'll stick myself in the corner again. Back to the power. Again, be patient. Okay, so the fact that we're getting the same error code indicates to me that this is not a RAM-related issue. There's no way 2 entirely different sets of RAM are going to replicate the exact same error. So that means the error lies somewhere else. I want you to remember that when we took the power supply out, a screw fell out of it. And what seems most likely to me is we have a power supply issue. Now, someone in the chat there mentions that shows 5 beeps as a CPU error. Nothing went awkward or strange with the seating of the CPU. It went in there just like it's supposed to. And it's a brand new CPU and a brand new board. So for the fun of it, I'm gonna remove this power supply and try a different power supply. One of the reasons I don't listen to the error beep codes is because they do this. They can give you the false, they'll say it's a CPU error when it may be a voltage error from the power supply that it's reading as a CPU error. And so I don't rely on a computer to tell me what's wrong with itself. But that is not coming out. Sometimes these big 24-pin power connectors can be a real bear to disconnect. It's been a while since I've seen one this stubborn, but I have a really small straight edge screwdriver for just this occasion. The smaller it is, the better, so we can get up underneath the ridge of it. Come on now. There's no good way for me to show you what I'm doing because I can't hold the camera around my own shoulders. So you're either going to be looking at my back or you're going to be looking at the back of the board. And that's just a circumstance. It's unfortunate, but I had to get the screwdriver. Right here, there's a ridge. And I'm just trying to get the screwdriver into that ridge so I can gently lift up and away from the board. I am suspecting this power supply is bad, and I hope I'm right, because I can't imagine a bad CPU. And it certainly wasn't seated bad. It was seated really well. And the only part that I opened that, had a screw fall out was the CPU. So here's a 550 watt EVGA power supply. And we'll just hook up the same two connectors again. Okay, there's the big connector, the 24 pin. And then I just need the CPU power. CPU power is over here. And that's gonna go right there. Perfect, looks good. And none of this would have made any difference if this was installed in the case. I would have full access to this area and this area in the case. So testing outside of the case in this instance isn't saving me any effort. Like I said, I think it's just more interesting to watch on video testing outside of the case. Let's see what happens when we give this power. If it creates the same error message, then we know it's not the power. We know it's not the power supply, and we know it's not the RAM if the system gives us 5 beeps again. If the system boots like it's supposed to, then we can safely conclude that that power supply is bad. When you combine the fact that a screw fell out of it with the fact that it's beeping with it, it's pretty easy to create an RMA and conclude you have a bad power supply. So I hope this is our problem, because otherwise, I don't know. I will figure it out, but I feel like the Magic 8 Ball said it was going to boot, so I might have to RMA the Magic 8 Ball too. It appears to be faulty. Or maybe it implied if I had a working power supply, it would work. And if that's the case, it isn't going to bode well for Thermaltake. But before we get to any conclusions, let's power it on. Okay, here we go. Fans are spinning. Oh, and we already got a boot. I wish I could see it. Where did it go? Oh, it went right into the BIOS. All right, let me turn it off again.
and then we'll turn it back on. This is a very important diagnostic procedure because essentially, when you heard that beep, if you immediately go to the manual to say, what does 5 beeps mean? It would have taken you down a completely wrong path. But if you used your own reality and you recognize that a screw fell out of the power supply and that's not normal, and the system isn't working, and which part, did any of the parts look like they arrived in damaged boxes or have screws loose? That should be the first place you look. You'd think that'd be common sense, but common sense isn't that common. And that's why I don't believe in listening to those beeps. I don't normally hook those speakers up because they lie. You might as well read the Magic 8 Ball if you're going to believe those beeps. And I'm so glad this happened because when I explain it, people they don't comprehend what I'm telling them. But now that you've experienced it firsthand, imagine the amount of time we may have wasted pulling the heatsink back off and cleaning the thermal compound off and inspecting the CPU and the socket. What are we going to see? Nothing. And I knew that because when I put it in, it was all exactly the way it was supposed to be. The only thing that wasn't the way it was supposed to be was the power supply had a screw fall out of it. So that is logically the first place you should check. I want to put the original RAM I was using back into this. Okay, so we'll make sure this is switched off. I'm going to go back to the way I had it. This is slower RAM, but for this build, it's more than adequate for this build. Okay, that's all there is to change in RAM. It wouldn't have been any more difficult if this was installed in the case. If I turn this so you can see the fan spinning, you can see when I turn it on. Well, it doesn't want to turn because of the HDMI cable. Damn it, Mitch, where are you? Well, you get the idea, yeah? And then let me put me in the corner again so you can see it boot this time. And it will boot. I know that RAM is fine. Here we go. Patience. Retrains the memory. There it goes. It's got nothing to boot to. Okay. Rocket science. It's rocket surgery. There may be a new BIOS available, and we could put that on, but instead I want to do something different. I'm going to go ahead and start by installing Windows 10. So once more, I'll turn the board off, power it down here, and I'm going to grab my Windows 10 bootable flash drive, which I have a video, shows you how to make it. The link for the video is in the notes below this video if you want to make your own. It's completely legal. It costs money to activate Windows, but to download and install Windows or Windows 10 is free. Microsoft wants you to do it. Microsoft also wants you to activate it, and that's where the money comes in. All right, so we're going to turn the switch back on. We're going to turn the power back on, right here. Here. What am I doing? There we go. And now, I didn't hit the switch before. Now it's going to boot off that flash drive because it has nothing else to boot from. It doesn't have a choice. It's like when it's checking right now, it's just checking, can I boot here? Can I boot there? Oh, I can't boot off the internal NVMe, there's nothing there. Oh, there's a flash drive, is that bootable? Yeah, I can boot from that. So then we go through our installation process, which if you've been watching my channel, you should be sick to death of seeing me go through this process, which is, we leave pretty much everything at the defaults here. There's my mouse, we'll go next. Install now. This is the latest version of Windows 20H2 as of the recording of this video, March 10th, 2021. Right here. Can you read this out to me, please? What does this say? Please read it out loud. I don't have a product key. Click. When I do have a product key, what's it going to be for? It's going to be for Windows 10 Pro. Next. You have to accept the license terms, whether you like it or not, or don't use Windows. Always choose Custom Install. There's only one drive attached to this computer, and it's this 1 terabyte drive right here. It's unallocated, meaning there's no partition and no format. Next. Now Windows is going to partition that drive, format it, and put Windows 10 on it. Well, we sit back and, I don't know, talk about the weather or something. What's going on, man? How you been? How's the wife and kids? Everybody good? Staying healthy? This shouldn't take too long. Everything's live and unscripted, so you're getting the actual time involved in this process. I'm going to put this RAM back where it was. I'm glad I had it. I don't normally have that many spare parts here at Studio B, but this I just hadn't returned back to Studio A yet. So we'll put that back there. I need some Gatorade. That's what I need. Let me get some Gatorade. Assistant? Yes? Give me Gatorade. Yes, sir. You're a good employee. Thank you, sir. Boy, they don't make them like that anymore, huh? Look at that. We're already ready for our first boot up. Stealth Mode said, yeah, the wife and kids are doing very well. Thank you. I'm lovely. Glad to hear that. And everything's hands off at this point. Well, Windows pretty much goes through its installation process until it'll ask us for a username, or it asks us for like a keyboard type. That'll come up here in just a moment. Eric says the weather was nice today in Toronto, Canada. Nice. Vern says it's raining here in Olathe. Olathe? I never know the name of that city. Kansas. We're just going to say Kansas. And Michael McFarland says it's raining here in the Philippines. Well, it's always raining in the Philippines, isn't it? John Williams says it's 52 degrees in Madison, Wisconsin. Love your stream as always. Well, thank you, John. I wish it was 52 degrees here. It's been really windy. Like tear the roof off your house windy. Joe says hello. Hey, Joe, how are you? Okay, so we're at this part now where it's going to ask us a couple real basic questions here. And again, if you've seen me install Windows 10, I always do everything the same. Obviously, I'm picking United States, so I just leave it as is and click yes. Leave that as it is and click yes. That's the keyboard layout. We're going to skip. Well, I double clicked. It was asking us if we wanted a secondary language for our keyboard layout. Oh. Well, apparently, and that's what it did. Let me go back. Let's go back. Skip. I don't want to add a layout. I want to skip. We want to make sure that we are not plugged into the internet while we're installing Windows 10, or it will require us to create an online account with Microsoft. So make sure that you do not have an internet connection plugged in unless you want to create, or you already have and want to use a Microsoft account. So instead, right down here, what does it say, everybody? I don't have internet. Click. And again, they're just trying to convince you to sign up with a Microsoft account. Continue with limited setup. It's basically saying, are you sure? Click that. Username. I'm just going to put the word user. Is going to be the name of the user. Hit enter, and hit enter to leave the password blank. I usually turn everything off but location settings, because then it can set my time zone for me, and I can type in, you know, where's a restaurant near me, like you do a cell phone. If you don't want that, you can turn that off, but I leave it on for those reasons and hit accept. And then I'm going to say not now to Cortana. And then it says hello. And it's getting everything ready for us. Isn't that nice of it to do that? And in a moment, it'll take us to the desktop. So while it's doing that, I'm going to swap out my drinks over here. So far, so good. Riveting video, isn't it? Edge of your seat. I don't normally use Thermaltake power supplies. I had bought those 500 watt power supplies because they were available at the time. And they were like 60 bucks, I think. And the box was pretty roughed up, as you saw. And obviously it's damaged. So I'll create an RMA. I'll go to Thermaltake's website and create an RMA. I could send it back to Amazon. I think that's where I bought it. But I think I'm past my 30 days. I'm pretty well sure it's probably been 2 or 3 months that I ordered that. But you can decide what you want to do if you were in this situation. You would probably find out about it much sooner than I would. I'm so far behind in my work. I've had many of these parts longer than the return period would allow from the retailer. But it doesn't matter. It'll just be a spare power supply. It's not like I'm relying on it. Let's click maybe later on that. All right. There's a reason I didn't update the BIOS like I normally do. First, let me unplug this flash drive with Windows 10. We don't need that anymore. Done with that. Let's go full screen. On camera 1. Geez, this producer sucks. Okay, so I always show you the same way to update the BIOS, which is we go and we grab the BIOS from the motherboard manufacturer's website. We extract it onto a flash drive. We boot into the BIOS and we choose the flash option within the BIOS. And we select the file that we've got on the flash drive and then we wait and it's done and it's forever done, right? But what if I want to update a BIOS remotely? You see, I have to be in Windows to establish a remote connection to another computer. So if you were my customer and you said, Carey, this whole BIOS updating thing, it frightens me. Can you do it for me? Yes, I can. It's perfectly safe. There's absolutely no reason to think that because you're going to be flashing it through Windows, it's any less safe. But sometimes it does lie to you with regards to what the latest BIOS is. So let's just see what happens, and we'll see if it lies and how to tell and how this can all be done through remote access. Each motherboard manufacturer has their own utilities that are optional, available on their website for each motherboard. It may be RGB controls or temperature monitoring, or whether or not you want your USB ports to charge things when your computer is off. If you've left like a cell phone plugged in, it can charge it. Gigabyte calls it their charge on off. And you can control that through software, or you can go into the BIOS and change it. But the Gigabyte software lets you make changes to the UEFI BIOS through Gigabyte's proprietary software. And Asus and MSI and ASRock all do the same thing, but I'm not familiar with theirs. So, updating the BIOS through Windows. Because it's being done through Windows, I can connect remotely and do everything I'm about to show you through Instant House Call or TeamViewer or any other remote software, right? Assuming you've got the remote software installed. Like, let's say you're my customer and part of the thing you pay me for is to keep your computers up to date. And I instruct you, leave your computers on 24/7. That'll reduce the likelihood that you ever have a problem. Most problems people experience at power on or at power off. So leave the power on and then restart the computer like once a week. You'll be fine. You just want to flush out the memory. Now, one of the things I'll do for my customers is I'll look to see if they have a newer BIOS. How do you do that remotely? I'm going to show you. Now, there's no reason you need to look at me for this. So we're going to go to camera 2, full screen. And what I have to do is, first of all, I got to give this thing an internet connection. So let me, I've done this a little prematurely. Let's cut back here and let me grab an Ethernet cable because I don't want to do anything off camera. That's a part of the process. And a part of the process is now that Windows 10 is installed, we can go ahead and hook up our internet now. So we don't have to be forced to create a Microsoft account. We've already created the offline account. So when I plug in the Ethernet cable right here, pay attention to where I'm touching the board. Remember, this thing has power going through it. This is not something you should be doing, by the way. I've been doing this for 30 years, okay? When you've been doing this for 30 years, tell you what, when you've been doing it for 5 years, then I'll leave it up to your discretion. But this should be in a case. And if you're gonna plug or unplug anything onto the board, out of the case, you should be turning the power off. You need to practice safety. If not, you may damage the components. And if they're your components, that's your business. But this is gonna be sold to somebody. That holds me responsible and liable for any damage I cause. I do this for you to see it on camera, not for you to do at home. But, you know, do whatever you want. I strongly advise you to keep your motherboard in the case and work on it within the case, and always have the power off if you're adding or removing anything to or from the motherboard, just because it's better to be safe. Okay, so we're plugged in, and we're going to give it a second, and it's going to get an IP address, and it's going to probably pop up with something that says, do you want file sharing available or something? Let's see. Back over to camera 2 now. Yeah, there it is. And I'll just say no to that. So now we have internet access, and what's happening right now in the background is Windows is automatically going to start downloading updates, whether I like it or not. And that's happening in the background, but we can ignore that. And the reason it's happening in the background is it doesn't really change or alter what you can do with the computer right now. You don't have to wait. It can multitask. Multitask. Get out of here, Lilu. I said multitask, not multipass. One track mind. All right. So let's pretend I'm connected to this computer remotely, and I'm seeing the desktop remotely. And what I want to do is I want to bring up their browser. I don't care what browser they're using. Hello. Okay. And I want to download a free utility called CPU, gotta use the right keyboard, CPU-Z. And you see this first link isn't the right link. This is why I don't like using anybody else but Google. If I go to Google, close enough, and I type in the same thing, the very first link should be exactly what I want. This is why I always go to Google. Now I realize this was in the search results of Bing, but it required me to exercise more effort. So we're gonna click on that. We're gonna scroll down, and I want the zip English version. This is the portable version of CPU-Z. I'm gonna click on that, and there's an advertisement. We'll just close the ad. And in just a second, down here, we should see, we'll hit it again. Okay, so it made us do the ad. We had to do it twice. This is a slow internet connection, so we'll just wait a second. It's just a 3 meg download. And to unzip, you see a .zip, it's a zip file. It's a package that has to be opened, just like when UPS sends you a table. Some assembly may be required. Well, this is like all the parts in a box. Only instead of .box, it's .zip. They should have just named it .box. Would have made a lot more sense. We got to take the items out of the box. So we unzip or unbox these files by hitting extract and hit extract all, and it's going to extract into a folder name that's the same name as the file name. See, if I go to downloads, I'm going to have two things in there now. Let me just close everything so you're not confused. You see the zipper? That's the box. I don't need the box anymore because I've emptied the contents into the folder. And there's a 32-bit version and a 64-bit. I want to run the 64-bit version, double click, click yes, and it's going to tell me all the specifications of the system. I'll just close that window because it's distracting. And in just a second, it tells us that we have an Intel Core i7-10700K. I can do all this remotely. I can see everything about your computer. I can see what motherboard you've got. I can see you run BIOS version F3. I can see what memory you have, who makes it. I can see what speed it runs at, which memory slots you're using. All of that is available to me, including information about your graphics with this free utility that doesn't require any installation. So by connecting remotely, I can see, without actually seeing, that you have a Gigabyte B460 HD3 board using BIOS version F3. So I'm going to come back to your browser. I'm going to go back to Google. And I'm going to type in B460 HD3. And the first link on Google, not necessarily on Bing, is going to take us to gigabyte.com. That's where I want to go. Back to that home page with that motherboard. And then we're going to go to the support area. Remember, there's two supports. There's one up at the top. Every motherboard manufacturer does this stupid thing. We want the support down here by the product. I think on like MSI or some of the others, the support's way down here. But it's on the product page. Now, in the past, you've seen me go right to the BIOS, okay? So here's the thing. When I look at the BIOS, which is down here, there's 3 versions. And F4A, it doesn't say beta. So don't worry if there's a letter after it. Don't assume that just because there's a letter after it, it's beta. It will say it's beta either over on this side or over on this side. If it's beta, I won't use it. Now, I'm going to go ahead and download this file, but I shouldn't have to. I want you to pay attention to what I just said. I'm going to download the latest BIOS manually, but I should not have to. And I don't know what it's doing right now. It's trying, I guess, there it goes. It's downloaded the file. Again, it's in a little .zip, which is in a box. I'm going to go ahead and click on that and extract, or basically empty the box into a folder of the same name in my downloads directory, which is the default. If you didn't change it, I hope you didn't change it, because then it makes my life miserable when people do that stuff. So if I go to this PC right here, if I go to downloads, there's the zip file that I just extracted. I can right click and delete that. And now I have just the, oh, see now the video driver just installed in the background. Do you notice how everything just got smaller? Remember I said Windows Update was going to be downloading updates in the background? Well, it's just installed to the video driver while we've been talking. And now you see the screen looks smaller because it's at a higher resolution now that it has the driver installed. Okay, anyway, now we have the 2 folders, the CPU-Z program and the BIOS file. I shouldn't need that BIOS file. Shouldn't. Let's find out. Remember, we're pretending I'm connected remotely. I don't have physical access to the computer. I can't really look at it. I'm going to go under the utility section, and I'm going to download the Gigabyte App Center, which is about a 50 meg download, which will take a second. There's the on-off charge I was telling you about for the USB. Here is at BIOS. This is everything we see, on-off charge, BIOS, system information. This is all plugins to the App Center. So first we download the App Center. Then we can download any of these App Center apps, Easy Tune, Fast Boot, all of these. Well, not Norton Internet Security. That's just a pile of crap, in my opinion. So what I want is the app BIOS, which is a small, it's like a 13 meg file that plugs into the App Center. We're going to download that. Now, while that's downloading, I can go ahead and open this zip file and extract it. So once again, the contents of the file have been extracted into a folder, and it opens that folder, so I can now double-click Setup. Click yes, and let it install the services and the files it needs for the App Center to run. It takes a moment. And while that's happening, I'll close those two windows. I don't even need the, well, let's go to the @BIOS utility. Let's extract that while we're waiting. Remember, we can multitask. We can do multiple things at the same time. You can wait if you want to. I'm impatient. Now we've extracted that one. If we go back to the downloads folder, once again, we have folders with the same name as the zip files. Since I've extracted both zip files and I have OCD, I want to remove them immediately to avoid any confusion. And if we click down here on the installer, we can see that it's waiting for me to give it permission, and now it's done. Now I'll go to the @BIOS folder. There's a setup in there. You want the one that's got the icon, not this one. Not this one. You want this one. We'll double click on that and click yes. Now we are done with those forever, and I can close everything out. Oh, I have to hit install. Okay, that's done. Small little thing. This is CPU-Z. I'm done with it. Remember, it said I had BIOS version F3 in here, and F4A is what the website said is the latest. Now, in the Start menu, I'll look under Gigabyte, and there's the @BIOS program, which will not run on its own. It has to have the App Center. Give it permission to run, and tell it I want to update from the server. Now, here's where it could lie to you. If I say I want to update, I don't know, let's update from the server in the United States. Obviously, you've got to have a working internet connection. You've got to allow access through the firewall. And now it's going to go out to Gigabyte servers, and it's going to say, which BIOS do you want? There's version F3. Okay, well, where's F4A? It's not offered to us here. We should see F4A here. So it's lying to us. If this would have you believe that F3 is the latest version, I don't know why Gigabyte does this, and I've seen other manufacturers do this. So I can't trust it to check it on its own. So I'm going to update it from a file. Now do you understand why I downloaded it while I was there instead of going back and grabbing it? I was already there. I'll grab it while I'm there, and I hope I don't need it. Well, it turns out I do need it. So I'll go back to the downloads folder where everything downloaded, find the BIOS file, and right there it's F4A. That's the file. See how it ends in .F4A? Then click OK, and then click Next. Now it wants to know if I want to change the face wizard. The face wizard is the company logo that appears below the spinning dial of Windows loading. You can customize that if you want to. You can Google for people that have already created images that you can download and add and change what they're calling the face. I leave that alone because as soon as you update the BIOS, you'll lose it again. Or you have to keep adding it every time there's a BIOS update. So I just leave it as the manufacturer's logo, click Next. Now you're gonna get the standard warning, and I wanna reiterate, I would be doing all of this remotely over TeamViewer or Instant House Call to a client's computer anywhere in the world. It gives us our standard warnings. You see Windows updates have still been going on in the background this whole time to the point where it wants to restart. We don't have to do that right now. We're going to restart anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK and allow the BIOS update to continue. Now it wants to know if I want to save the current BIOS. No, I don't. And now it just says, please wait. And so we wait. And this is a little bit slower of a process than going through the BIOS directly the way I normally show you. But I've never shown you this before. And I thought, you know, the next opportunity I have, I will purposely do it this way to show you how you can install your BIOS on most, if not all, modern motherboards through Windows using the motherboard manufacturer's utility. Now, the customers will never know I did this. When I am done, I'm going to go to the apps section of the control panel, and I'm going to uninstall Gigabyte's App Center and the @BIOS utility. So there'll be no record of it ever being there. So the customer won't get in there and start messing stuff up. What's this? I'm going to remove that temptation. And if I need it again, Gigabyte has it always available. I don't need to store these files myself. Gigabyte is storing them for me. So if I need them, I know where to go to get them. And now we just have to wait. And while you're waiting, don't let your computer restart. Try not to multitask. At this point, leave it alone and let it do what it needs to do. As I mentioned, I haven't timed it, but this seems like it takes a little longer. But if I've got a customer in another state, like I did this for a customer in Indiana, I'm in Arizona. And you think, well, that's a pretty gutsy thing to do. It isn't. It always works. Always. You got to make sure you're flashing the right BIOS to the right board. But even the software these days, it won't even let you put the wrong software or the wrong BIOS on the wrong board. It doesn't allow it. But my preference is to not make that mistake. So pay very close attention to the motherboard model number. Now, I'm not touching anything. The computer is doing everything on its own right now. I have not touched the keyboard or the mouse. I am simply staring at the screen like you are. And at this point, my remote software will disconnect me and the computer will go offline. And I need to sit patiently waiting for the remote software to let me know the computer is back. Like TeamViewer will show me, it'll ask me, do you want to wait for your computer, for the remote computer to come back online if it has experienced an unexpected disconnect, which is what would happen in this case with TeamViewer. And of course I say, yeah, wait for partner is the button. Otherwise I can just look and wait for if I'm monitoring their TeamViewer ID, the little screen next to the ID will turn blue when they're back online with TeamViewer servers. And then I'm back into Windows. And give it a second here to wrap up what it's doing. It'll take just a moment. And we're going to go run CPU-Z again, and we're going to check to make sure that the latest BIOS is now being reported. So like App Center has an update. I'm not interested. I'm just going to cancel because I'm uninstalling the App Center after this. This is the only reason I wanted it. What did I do? CPU-Z is in the downloads directory. So back to downloads, back to CPU-Z, CPU-Z 64-bit, yes. And then it's gonna analyze everything back to main board. I want to see F4A, F4A. So remotely, I have now updated the BIOS. Now I can go to the control panel under apps, and I'm going to remove at BIOS. And I'm going to remove App Center. But I want you to notice, let's see, do you want to completely remove it? Yes, I want to completely remove it. Okay, it's gone. Don't confuse the App Center with the App Installer. This is from Microsoft Corporation. This is a part of Windows. No touchy. Also, I was going to say look at the date, but that's not very helpful. App Center. This is tricky. You want to make sure you take the right one out. And I know the App Center was a 50 meg download. It says it's a 13 meg install. It's because there's some services involved. We're going to uninstall. It says the App Center and all it's related will be installed. Yes, uninstall it. Okay, we're going to take that out. It takes just a second. Now to avoid any customer confusion, let's see, do you want to remove all the Gigabyte utilities? So if I had left @BIOS in there, it would be taking the @BIOS out for me. It's my OCD, right? This would have already done it. It's removing those services now as well because it doesn't need those services. And then I can click finish and that stuff's gone. But I don't want to leave these files that I've downloaded on my customer's hard drive. So I press Control-A on the keyboard to select everything I've downloaded and hit delete. I don't need any of that stuff anymore. It's all gone. Close it out and right click on the recycle bin and empty it so the customer can't restore them. And now everything is up to date. Now I can go and do my Windows updates, which were already happening whether I liked it or not, and hit install now and let it go ahead and start processing those updates. Class, are there any questions? It bothers me when it says restart now. Well, it's still in the middle of an install. So even though it's letting me restart it now and it won't hurt anything, I am going to wait until that finishes and then I'll restart. That really bugs me. They let you do that. I guess it'll continue the install during the restart process, but it makes me very uncomfortable. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't allow you to do it, but I can't. The App Center updates many things on your PC and you should run the updates. I disagree. The App Center only updates anything related to the App Center. If you don't have the App Center, you don't need the updates. The only reason I installed the App Center was to use the @BIOS utility. So therefore, I don't want all of the endless updates that come from the App Center regarding the apps in the App Center. I want to remove the App Center because I'm done with the App Center and I never want to see the App Center again. But if you want to use the App Center, knock yourself out. I keep that away from my customers because they get in trouble with it. They do stupid things with it. What's this do? What's that do? And then I get a phone call. There's nothing in the App Center my customers need. So I don't use it. But these are utilities your motherboard manufacturer provides to you at no cost. And if you want to play with them, go right ahead. There's other utilities you can use that in most cases negate the need for the App Center, which is proprietary and it can cause system problems if you don't update it. Like you'll get a Windows update and you start the blue screen and you find out the blue screen's occurring because there was an App Center update. When if you never had the App Center, you wouldn't have the blue screen, and whatever you've got the App Center for probably wasn't worth it. So make your choice for you, but I wouldn't advise others unless you're going to support them. Could you use Windows Remote Assistance instead of TeamViewer? No, I couldn't. No, because there's no encryption. The problem with doing it like with Windows RPC and stuff like that is you have to have a permanent IP address, a static IP address, and then you have to forward a port in your router to that IP address. It is a royal pain in the butt and it's royally insecure. I highly do not recommend remote accessing without VPN. So services like TeamViewer and Instant House Call, LogMeIn, those all are encrypted essentially VPN connections through their servers. So therefore, if anybody is eavesdropping on a wireless connection, they can't make heads or tails of the data. And it also doesn't leave the remote computer, which is available for anybody to log into without permission, an open door for hackers and viruses. So yes, you might do it that way, but I would never. That would be a massive breach of security from a professional to do it that way. Wait, I can get rid of the App Center? Well, I assure you the App Center was something you installed, so it didn't come with Windows. That came from your motherboard manufacturer. But yes, you can use a free version of TeamViewer, absolutely. But if TeamViewer suspects you're using it in a professional environment, they'll limit your session to like 5 minutes or 3 minutes, and they really get annoying about it. Let's take another look here at this is doing 74%. Okay, we're getting there. Almost done. So with Windows installed and the updates installed on this, it's just a matter of installing it into the case, which I have right here. It's what is it, 6 screws. We'll put the power supply. I guess I'm going to be using this power supply instead of the other one. I'll create an RMA to get this other one sent back to Thermaltake. And hook up the front port umbilicals and cable management, the DVD drive. It's real super easy from this point forward. It's very much, this is the part of the build where if I had an assistant, like I've done all the important critical stuff that's expensive and could be damaged, that's out of the way now. Here, put this in the case, hook it all up, screw the power supply in, put the DVD in, make the wiring look nice and clean, put the panels on the sides, put a sticker with the date on the side, put it back in the case box, tape it closed. Yeah, I need to hire somebody to do that. It's beneath me. It's fun to say. Okay, now both updates say they're pending the restart, so I'll go ahead and restart that now, and then you'll see it'll say it's updating, and we'll come back and check updates again when it reboots, which should only take a second. Well, a minute. Everybody's missing Lyle and Jimmy. Lyle and Jimmy are great. They're good. Lyle's recovering from a minor surgery, and he was getting slow and limpy. Now he's back to his old self. He's not limping anymore, and he's got energy again, but he's still healing. He's got some bald spots from the surgeries. He had 3 lipomas removed, and he's healing from that, but he's much more playful and energetic. So the $1,200 well spent. It's a good dog. I guess he's worth $1,200. Have Mitch do it. Is Mitch there? Did you hear that, Mitch? Lara says, hire me. Are you in Phoenix? Everybody nominates Mitch. There's a young man named Arthur I wanted to bring on board, and this is what I would have Arthur do. I've got a friend named Jesse who's like way above this level, but he enjoys cable management. It brings him some form of zen. I would totally keep him busy, but he's a busy guy, and I can't wait around for Jesse. So everything has to keep moving, and that means I have to do it myself or it doesn't get done. But I would love to bring somebody in to do stuff like that. Or, hey, this one's done, take it to FedEx. Here's where it's going. Here's everything FedEx needs to know. It's all on a printed piece of paper. Drive it over there, wait in line, bring me back the receipt so I can continue to work over here. Having somebody call up sponsors that I would like to be associated with and say, hey, I represent Carey Holzman's YouTube channel. We'd like to connect with you on a potential sponsorship opportunity, and then get shut down 99 times so you get that one that says yes. That's very time consuming. And then pay them a commission or something on whatever the value of that sponsorship turns out to be. I don't have time to do everything. And in fact, I'm falling short on my obligations. Like with the folks at RoboForm, I'm supposed to have an interview done, which I have not had time to do yet, but it has to be done, and it's already gone past when it was supposed to be. However, it does take time to line these sponsorships up, and there's nothing wrong with reaching out to companies, introducing yourself, expressing your interest, because by the time you start that conversation, if it continues, it'll be probably 6 to 12 weeks before anything actually moves forward into a campaign. So by then I should be ready for the next one. There's a lot of work to running a YouTube channel, a lot of administrative work. Sometimes maybe a video is not performing well, and you need to just play around with the title or change the thumbnail and keep an eye on it and see if that improves the number of times it gets viewed. But with 1,300 plus videos, who's got time? Sometimes links stop working, or some of the items in the description are no longer available, or maybe it was a coupon code valid until 2019. That all needs to be stripped out of there so as not to confuse viewers. I don't have time to go back to these old videos. Then there's like little quick tips that can be made out of these videos. Someone could make a quick tip video out of this whole updating the BIOS through Windows thing. Or when I'm just chit-chatting with you guys in a live chat and we go for 4 or 5 hours, within those 4 or 5 hours are questions and answers that somebody watching could be cutting out into like a 2 or 3 minute video and just title it as what the question is with me answering it. That's more work. Then there's the videos I do with Mike, Subaru Mike. Those require heavy editing, and it requires the knowledge of editing along with the knowledge of engines and what you can cut out and what you can't cut out, which I don't think anybody can do but me, because I don't know anybody who knows both of those skills. So even then, even if I got help, I still have to do a lot of stuff I don't want to do, because if I don't do it, it won't get done. So, YouTube in and of itself, just to make a video for the heck of it's no big deal. But if you want to start making a living from it, you can work 24 hours a day. Absolutely. There's no end to the amount of work I have. It doesn't end. Right now, I have not been taking on any new work. and I won't be able to take on any new work until probably, well, once I'm caught up, which will probably be 6 or 8 weeks from now, I'm going to guess. All right, let me show you one more thing. Let's go back to this. You don't need to look at me, so let's just get me out of this picture. You're welcome. Looking here, we'll go back to Google again. I like Google for the reasons I've already shown you. Like my search results at the top. I don't know what the deal is with me and the K. Something about this keyboard. It's the keyboard's fault. And we're going to type in Intel. This is something else AMD doesn't do. Intel driver, right here, if we go down, driver update utility. I wish AMD would offer something like this. Intel driver and support assistant is free if you have an Intel-based system. You hit the, it says download now. It's going to download here, and this is an executable, see, .exe instead of .zip. So when we click on it, it's going to automatically extract and run, accept the license agreement. So you have to, click the little box. The next thing it wants to know is if they can monitor any errors and stuff to improve the product. For privacy, I just decline that. Click yes on this, and it's a real small program. It's going to install real quick. Now, when we launch this, it's going to open another tab in the browser, and it's browser-based. It scans the system, and it's going to tell us all this information about our motherboard, our BIOS, everything. So here's an NVMe driver for Intel SSDs, and there is a Windows 10 graphics driver, newer than what we got from Windows Update. So I just hit download all. Now, if I had an Intel NUC and there was an update available, a BIOS update, it will update the BIOS of an Intel NUC right through this one utility. If there were Wi-Fi, Intel Wi-Fi drivers, Intel Ethernet drivers, if there was a firmware update available for our Intel SSD, all of that will be in this one utility, one-stop shopping. And it sits down here in the system tray. It looks like a little wrench right here. And the red dot means there's 2 updates. Otherwise, it's like I think it's a green or a blue dot there normally. I think it's green. So it's going to download both the NVMe and the graphics drivers. And again, I'm on a bit of a slow connection here, so it's going to take a minute. This is like a 500 meg download or some stupid, ridiculous thing. But these graphics drivers are critical because if you get, let's say, the next big Windows 10 update and you're running an old graphics driver, you might be one of those people that goes, my computer crashed because stupid Windows updates are broken. No, that's not why your computer crashed. Your computer crashed because you were running an obsolete driver that if you had kept it up to date would not have failed because it wasn't compatible with the latest updates from Windows. That's on you. That's not on Microsoft. So granted, the companies could do more to sort of not give users these choices. These updates should be forced whether you like it or not. That's my opinion. And the fact that people turn away updates causes all these other problems. They fall like dominoes, and these people will go online and they will complain that it's Microsoft's fault when it's their fault. A lot of the times they failed. They dropped the ball, not Microsoft. But hey, I get paid the same either way. Life as a tech man, you gotta deal with some people. It's just like you're out of their minds. So, in any event, I can hit install all, and that's going to grab, again, anything Intel related, chipset drivers, network drivers, SSD drivers. As you see, NVMe. Firmware for the SSD, BIOS for the NUC, graphics drivers, memory card readers, anything Intel makes, Bluetooth driver. If it's made by Intel and there's a driver update for it, this will tell you. You don't have to go and manually check like with AMD. If you don't check, you don't get with AMD. With Intel, you download this free utility. You're not getting it from a third party. You're not paying some third party like, some third party driver that's going to probably brick your computer. This is straight from the horse's mouth, and it's free. and it will sit in your system tray quietly and unobtrusively. And if you just glance down, you can see if that little dot is red or blue. If that dot is red or orange, whatever that color is, you can hover over it and it tells you how many updates are waiting. It's super easy, barely an inconvenience. Why can't AMD do this? Well, I know they can. Why don't they? How many AMD users right now do you think are running outdated chipset drivers because they don't know they have to go and check that themselves? Now, eventually, those chipset drivers will be made available through Windows Update, but those people might be so smart that they've turned Windows Update off because Windows Updates breaks their computers. I think I might need to change my career. I think I might have had enough. I'm just hearing myself. I love what I do, but sometimes people are so preposterous. They insist on creating their own problems, and then they insist that when they have problems, they're somebody else's fault, usually the largest corporation. So if Microsoft is the big corporation, then they're the one that's at fault. Now, this sometimes happens where it says a driver with the same, like, where did it go? Like the same version is already installed. And that's fine. If that happens, we'll just click yes and move to the next driver. And it wants to restart now. We're going to restart and we're going to repeat the same process because sometimes the drivers fail. They can fail for a number of reasons. There may be an update being downloaded in the background. There may be an update that's happening of the same version at the same time, or there could be a conflict of two things trying to install at the same time. So just let it restart. That way it finishes whatever it was doing in the background. And then once again, in just a moment, we'll see down here that the Intel driver updater will always be a part of a system tray. It's still red. So we're going to click on that, double click it, and it's going to scan. And now it says, hey, you need a new driver for it. Well, duh, you didn't install it the first time. If this gives you any difficulty, by the way, just try it again. Or if you want to, you can download it by hand, just in case the automation hangs up for any reason. You can say, where's the button? Learn more about this update. Notice its version, it ends in 9316, dated March 3rd. So if I say learn more about this update, it takes me to the download page where that file is right here. It's 426 megs. This is the exe file. And I can download that driver by hand like you would an NVIDIA driver or an AMD chipset driver. And I can install it manually. I can do it either way. But if this way is giving you grief that it's not working, now if I just try this again, it'll probably be okay, but it's still going to have to re-download it again. So I'm going to just skip out on that, and I'm going to install it by hand. So close that, and when that's ready, we'll click it and we'll do the video driver install. And then there's a this shows us all the hardware. You see here, there's an Intel 665P drive. And then it's got all the details of the drive. This is a very powerful little utility, and it's completely free from Intel. All you gotta do is grab it, and you don't have to wonder. And you'll see a little down arrow next to where the graphics driver is available. And then we can also download the Intel SSD toolbox, and I'll get to that in a minute. But there's also the Intel mass storage and memory driver, I think it's called, just to make sure we have the latest firmware. I'm surprised that the automatic driver updater hasn't offered it to us. Now, while I'm talking, we're almost done. We're about 3/4, 2/3 of the way done here. About 40 seconds left. And this is going to put that file in our downloads directory. I mention that because once it's installed, I like to remove it so it doesn't create any confusion in the future if the end user starts poking around in there and says, what's this? I don't want them installing potentially an old video driver on top of what may be a newer video driver. So once it's installed, I delete it. Furthermore, Hard drive space is precious, and I don't want to waste it with something that I don't need. Once again, if I ever needed this file again, Intel is keeping it for me. I don't have to store it myself. Those days are gone. Many of the older folks who've been using computers for a number of years have gotten into the habit of storing their own video file libraries of drivers and programs and apps. It is completely unnecessary. The internet is your library. Let the internet be your storage. Unless it's personal stuff, in which case encrypt it and secure it. And you can even do that online too if you want. Now I've clicked on that file that I downloaded and I'm waiting right now for it to extract itself. And finally it comes up and I can close all this just to avoid any confusion. We'll hit next, hit yes, hit next, and just wait. Now it's putting that new graphics driver on. You'll see the screen blank out a couple of times and then we hit next and then it'll want to restart. And here we go one more time. It's going to go back to no signal. Once the computer shuts down, you will see no signal with the color bars. Then the system turns back on. You get the post screen. Then you'll see the little dial spin. And then Windows 10 comes back up. That's how fast this system is for like $900. And it's going to run like this for at least 8 years. I'm telling you, it's going to be very reliable. You know, assuming you have a working power supply out of the box. We'll go back to couple of things here. We can go back to settings and we can once again check for any Windows updates. I noticed over here there's an exclamation on our shield. That's our Windows security. So I'm going to click on that and see what it's screaming about. You know, it wants account protection. It wants me to sign in with my Microsoft account. Well, I don't want a Microsoft account, so I dismiss it. You are dismissed. I'm going to come back over here. It's up to date, nothing further there. There are optional updates, and if I want to see what those are, I can click on that. And there's some real text stuff. I'll take it. I don't know what it is, but sure, why not? We'll take that. Now it says updates available, but there's no button. Well, that's because it was installing those updates in the background. Once it finished installing those updates, then the check for updates button came back. If you have a slower computer, it could stay there a while. You'd be like, what? It broke. It's not broken. Microsoft has failed to communicate that they're installing what you just selected. And when it's done, it'll bring the button back. That really confused me. Now come back over here. Now you see there's a little green dot. And if I want to manually check it, like if I don't believe it, I can just double click on it. Or just right here, check for new drivers. It opens the browser. I can say refresh the results. Scans my computer. Says everything's up to date. But what about the SSD? Do I have the latest firmware? I'm going to type in Intel SSD. This keyboard is just... Intel SSD Toolbox. Right here, the first link. Now the firmware update is in the toolbox. So we want to download the SSD Toolbox. Oh, they're not using it anymore? Intel SSD display as a reference only. After downloading. So what Intel started using, this is October 2016, they started using, and I'm surprised, by the way, that it didn't show up in the driver updater, is the Intel Memory and Storage tool. Let's grab that. Because that's how they're applying updates to their SSDs now. So it's the MAS, Memory and Storage, Graphical User Interface. That's GUI. That's how it's ew. It's GUI. Where's Ernest? Ew. So this is the MAS GUI. Por favor. And I'm clicking download, and I'm waiting, and nothing is happening. Here we go. Accept the license terms. That's 114 megs, bigger than I thought. We're going to grab that and we're going to extract, again, .zip is like a dot. They should have named it .box. Everything's in a box. It's in a container. We can take everything out of the container. We're going to put it in a folder. So as soon as that's done, 10 seconds. Boom, click, extract all, extract. It's going to open a new window where it's extracted to. And it should be this file right here. And while that's thinking about, oh, all right, we'll click yes. And click next. Next. Accept the licensing terms, install. And I'm going to close all these other windows because they're just noise, visual noise. Okay, so it's installing. This takes a minute. Once these are installed, you just leave them in. The users aren't going to hurt themselves with this stuff. I'm not worried about the users poking around in this stuff. These are not dangerous. Not like the App Center. The App Center can get dangerous. It can allow you to overclock and do all kinds of stuff, and that results in a phone call, usually panicked. And I don't need that stress in my life, just in case you were wondering. So we're looking at the screen together, and it's almost done here, and the Intel MOS GUI has installed, Senor, and we're going to launch it. Now it's going to look for mass storage. Mass storage is a hard drive, a solid state drive. So it notices we have the Intel 665p series and our firmware is current. That's why this tool was not offered to us on the Intel driver update utility, because it doesn't benefit us to have it yet. If there was a newer firmware available for our Intel SSD, then this utility down here would have offered the Intel memory and storage tool. And then when you would bring it up, it'd say, there's a new firmware available for your drive, and then you click the button to update it, and then it restarts the computer, and now you're up to date. This is all free from Intel. And again, I'd just like to see AMD get up to speed with this, because maintenance is really important. I'm happy for you. You got your new computer running, but how are you going to keep it running and keep it running optimally unless you manually know to go and check all this stuff by hand? And Intel makes this really easy. And there's no reason AMD can't do this other than budgeting problems, I guess. I don't know what the reasoning is here. But as someone who's paid to fix and maintain computers, it is a lot more work. It's a lot more time to deal with AMD stuff in its current form. So I'm looking forward to when it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, where they're so equal that it's really a personal preference and it doesn't resolve around these kind of compatibility and maintenance, manual maintenance checks. But that's my preference, again, as a business owner, in order to be able to help as many people as possible in any given day. And that's it. That's pretty much our build. That's the entire process for the most part. Feral Sparky had contributed $10. Hey, thank you, Feral Sparky, for that. He says he lost a bet. What was the bet? I missed it. Share that with me. Alan says AMD has a storage chipset driver update tool now. I just looked it up on their website. First of all, I hope you're right. I've been looking and I've seen they've got an update tool for their graphics cards, but they don't have an update tool for their chipset driver. But if you have a link for it, please provide it, because I would be so happy. Because I'm in the process of making one myself, and I will stop that project if I don't need it anymore. If anybody has any questions for me, this will be the time to ask, or I'm going to wrap up today's video, because we're close to 4 hours. We're about 10 minutes away from a 4-hour live stream. And that's a good time for me to stop and maybe, I don't know, have dinner, use a bathroom or something. I don't know. I'm not human, mostly, but I don't want rumors to get out. So we'll say that's what I'm going to do.
Rakshit Patel with $2.99 says, I'm dropping in to say hi. Right on. Thank you. Thanks for hanging in there. Blackwatch wants to know, installing of the Western Digital dashboard does not create exe file ideas. I don't know what you're asking. You can't install the WD dashboard if you don't have an executable file to install from, so I'm not quite sure what your question is. What is the t-shirt status? I'm glad you asked. I have not had an opportunity to sit down and calculate things out. But right now, as of March 10th, 2021, if you've not received a response from me, it's because I didn't send you one yet. For the most part, I haven't sent responses out. I have to make a video that I'm going to send out to everybody who wants to order a shirt, who's emailed me. I'm going to reply to you. And I'm going to make a video that's unlisted, so only people who get the link can view it. And I'm going to say, here's the process to submit your money and your address to me. That's also on my to-do list. So I appreciate the follow-up on that, because I've been meaning to mention that it's still in process. It's still in process. I'm not there yet. John says, incredible job, Carey. Thanks. It's super easy, barely an inconvenience. Try it yourself. It's real easy. Thank you, though. I appreciate the compliment. Should I install generic Intel drivers on an OEM laptop? I don't know. Usually laptop manufacturers provide their own drivers. They couldn't hurt. Basically, if you run the Intel driver updater on like a Dell laptop, it'll say, hey, you've got all these drivers available, but when you go to install them, it'll say your system is not compatible and it won't allow the install. And then it'll advise you to get the drivers from the laptop manufacturer. So you can try. If they work, then they work. In other words, if they install, they'll work. But if it tells you there's updated drivers and it won't install them because it says they're not compatible, then that's true. The OEM of the laptop, the manufacturer of the laptop, would be the only one who could provide the drivers in that case. And if the manufacturer's drivers are older than the Intel's drivers, well, too bad, so sad. You know, you have the latest from the manufacturer. And that's sort of and Intel will tell you, then that's what you're supposed to have. Whether it's true or not. That's just the way the game is played. Patrick Rousseau said he just completed another build during this stream. Thanks, Uncle Carey, for keeping me motivated. Right on, Patrick, and thank you. Blackwatch says, RE install after uninstall. Again, I have no idea. I have no idea what you're trying to say. You're going to have to write out what your problem is, because I can't read your mind. I don't know what you're looking at. I don't know what the problem is. I want to help you, and I'm frustrated because you're giving me partial sentences that are incomplete in reference to something I don't know what you're referring to other than a Western Digital dashboard. I don't understand the problem. But if I understood it, I'm not holding back an answer. I just don't know what to tell you. You go to Western Digital site and you download the Western Digital dashboard software from the manufacturer, not from a third party, and then you install it. If you're getting it anywhere else, you may not be getting a proper installer, and it may be why you're having problems, but I have to just use my imagination because you've not provided me with any information as to what you've done and what the problem is. I'm sorry, I want to help you. I do. Ask the 8-ball. Oh, great idea. Okay, sometimes you can't make this stuff up. Let me just walk around here. Here's what the Magic 8-ball says. Ah, camera's falling.
Can't predict now. See, even the Magic 8 Ball's confused. It's not just me. My camera wants to fall. Look at the mess I've made. All right. So it updates the chipset driver as well. Yes, it does. Anything Intel related on your system will update if there's an update for it. If it doesn't update, that's because you already have the latest. How do I get my notification icon back in the lower right-hand corner? I can't figure out how I lost it. I don't know how you lost it either. But in the control panel, when you go to settings, let's see if we can do it on this system over here. We go to the start button, we go to the little settings button, and then we go to, is it privacy? And then notifications right here. And then maybe in here somewhere, maybe look in there. That's my guess. Anybody in the chat room got anything else they want to? I don't know. Next question I can't answer. Rick Lake says Tech Deals has an 8 Ball too. Wait, did they have theirs first? When did they? What? I honestly, I've never seen an 8 Ball on Tech Deals channel. But that just goes to show you, great minds think alike. Michael wants to know if this build would be good for editing videos. Well, unfortunately, that's an impossible question to answer. Editing an 8K video that's 2 hours long in 3D or 360 would require a lot of processing time, or if you're editing any video that's got a lot of transitions and overlays and effects, any computer is going to edit video. The only question is, will it do it in a reasonable period of time? What is a reasonable period of time? I don't know. Like for me, this will edit my videos that you see on YouTube with the moderate transitions and edits that I have, even if the video is 90 minutes long. But when it renders out, it's probably going to be a minute or two for every minute of video of processing time. But the onboard graphics, they'll do it. But if I had a discrete graphics card, it would do it 5 times faster. Also, more RAM would make it faster. A faster processor would make it faster. And faster storage would make it faster. The trick to video editing is to get the most of everything, the most expensive CPU you can afford, the most amount of RAM you can afford, the best video card you can afford, and it will be good enough. I've never built a video editing rig that was more than what was needed. At this point in the technology, and remembering video still growing in size, especially 4K, you know, it's 4 times the size of HD. It's 4 times 1080. So you're dealing with 4 times as much data. So 1 minute of HD is equal to 4 minutes. Sorry, 1 minute of 4K is equal to 4 minutes of HD in data. So it's a lot more processing power required. You can bring a computer from 1996 and edit video on it. It's going to be slow, but it'll do it. So yes, any computer will edit video, but depending on the length of video, the type of video, the amount of work you're doing in the video application with regards to transitions, overlays, et cetera, special effects, whatever, whether you're making 360-degree videos, 3D videos, 4K videos, 8K videos, the length of the video, is it an hour long, what's the quality of the video, that's ultimately going to determine how long it takes to process what you have created. Well, it's a tough question because someone might just want to make 30-second drone videos, and that's more than adequate, even if they were 4K. You know, it might take 3 minutes to render out, but who cares? So it depends on the complexity of the videos. If it was a professional, like if you were a professional video editor, I'd say no, it's not good enough for you. But anything under about $4,000 or $5,000 wouldn't be good enough for a professional video editor.
And even that would be scraping the bottom of the barrel in professional video editing. So if video editing is something you want to toy around with and play with, but it's nothing you want to do regularly, you're not making videos for a living, and you're not going to be doing it every day, that's fine. Put Cyberlink Power Director on it, it's fine. And then you can add more memory and add more storage or faster storage. You can add a graphics card later on. If your video demands are taking too long and you want to speed it up, you can always enhance it later. Is there a difference between a streaming PC, a video editing PC, and a gaming PC? And if so, what are the differences? That's a good question. A streaming PC doesn't really require much power. You can use pretty much any old box to stream. It's no big deal. If you want a game, depending on the types of games that you play, a graphics card primarily is going to indicate how well those games play. Primarily, depending on what resolution, settings, and features you want to enable in the game, and depending on the style of game. So Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 or Cyberpunk 2077, they're very intensive on the graphics card. On the other hand, if you're playing a video game from 4 or 5 years ago, or you're playing maybe esports games, that wouldn't be as intense on the graphics card, or older games, retro games, MMORPG games. It's not like games are just one type of system. There's multiple types of systems depending on the style of gaming. And if you want to stream while you're gaming, like most Twitch users do, then you need a PC that's powerful enough to not only do the game, but at the same time broadcast the stream, or you need a second computer to stream if your gaming computer doesn't have enough power. And video editing, again, depends on the kinds of videos that you're going to edit and how much work you're putting into the editing. If you're doing a lot of effects, overlays, transitions, titles, blah, 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 and then the length of the video, and then of course the resolution of the video, and then the bit rate of the video and the sound quality of the video, all are the amount of processing power that are going to equate to how long that video takes to render out as a final product. So there's no one size fits all. You can't say this is good for video editing and this is good for gaming. It's impossible. You could say this is good for some kinds of gaming and this is good for some kinds of video editing. Again, if you want that world, it exists and it's called Apple. If you want to go buy a MacBook Pro, which they don't make anymore, or they're going to stop making it, then they'll say that's for video editing. They decide that for you. If that's the world you want to live in, you want to be in the world of Apple. And I don't mean that sarcastically, I mean it sincerely. If you want a machine that is custom made to your budget and your specific needs, to the games you play or the types of videos you edit, then the world of PCs is for you. And that means you can consult with somebody, whether you pay somebody like me or you could use somebody like in the chat, Catherine Anna Hauserman, helps people determine what parts are best going to suit their needs and budget. She does it for free. That's pretty rare because most people who do it for free are not good at it. She's really good at it. And for some sick reason, she likes it. She likes to do that for free. She's been doing it for a couple of years and she's really good at it. Anyway, the whole point is to customize your PC to your needs. Video editing is not video editing. It's not one thing. There's lots of different kinds of video editing. But again, in the world of Apple, it doesn't work like that. You get the same thing everybody else gets, and you get the same thing everybody else gets. So if you want a machine for content creation, you want the Pro. And if you want a machine to impress your friends, you want the iPhone. You know, if you want to live in that world, it exists for you. I don't want to live in that world. I don't like Apple products. And I don't like them for the very reason that everybody is the same. There is no uniqueness in the world of Apple. You're just one of an army of pawns. You're all the same. There's no uniqueness. And if you like that, that's there for you. Don't let me get in your way. Jaitesh says he's got an i5 6500 with a 4 gigs of RAM on his graphics card, a VRAM, which isn't much. He does some gaming and video editing on it and live streaming, and he's very happy with his build, and it does the job he needs it to do. And you know what? It would do the job I need it to do too. It just wouldn't do it fast enough for me. The more I get done, the more I get paid. So if I have to wait for a machine to finish a job, I'm stuck until that machine's done. So then I need another machine so I can work to keep working while the other machine's working to finish something I asked it to do. So faster machine, faster production means more done at the end of the day, which means I make more money. John mentions for professional video editing, you might be spending a lot of money on a monitor too. This is true, you know, and people that are like professional photographers where you have to have color calibration and stuff like that. Yeah, you can easily drop 10 grand on a video editing bay. That's super easy, super easy. But you know, it's impossible to know when somebody says video editing and you don't know who they are, what they mean by that. I mean, they might just want to make a 30-second clip of them waving hello. I don't know. I mean, you can use your phone. It's got a camera on it. And you can make a video with it, and you can edit it in the phone. You could totally do that with a phone. I'm not going to do it with a phone, but if what you want is simple, your phone can do it. Your phone, you don't even have to transfer the file. Your phone will record the audio, record the video, allow you to edit that video. And you know what phone does that really well? An iPhone. An iPhone does that really, really well. The utilities, like the iMovie or whatever they're using, you really do some impressive stuff with an iPhone. It's not what I do, and no TV show you're watching has been filmed on an iPhone. But if that's what you want, I mean, you can do it on Android too. It's just better. It is absolutely better on the iPhone. However, you go to the Google Play Store, you can download video editing apps that are better than the default ones. Apple's default apps are just better, generally speaking. But yeah, you could totally do that with your phone. Many people on TikTok do just that. But they ain't making 2-hour movies on TikTok. It's called TikTok for a reason. That's the length of the video. TikTok, it's over. Move on. This is for people with short attention spans. Squirrel! What was I talking about? Carey, what model is that case? If you're referring to this is the streaming and video editing computer. That's a Fantex Enthoo, E-N-T-H-O-O. And if you look on my YouTube channel here for my Carey's birthday build, it's my over-the-top birthday build. It was a present to myself. And if I move the camera over, oh, it's heavy. It's a lot heavier than an iPhone. I think it's pretty cool. My thanks to Selden Bell for creating that animated GIF of my logo in the square rotating on the Kraken Z63 all-in-one liquid cooler in there. That's a 9900 KS processor with the G.Skill Royal Z RAM. Each one of those RAM modules is 16 gigs, so there's 64 gigs total in there. There's a 2080 graphics card. I might pull that out and replace it with a 3070. I got a couple 3070s. Shh, don't tell anybody. I might just leave it. I mean, honestly, I don't really need it. I just want to show off. Because people are like, you don't know what you're doing. Really? Because that computer seems to suggest otherwise. Maybe if I get really expensive parts and I show you how well they work, you'll think
Maybe he does know what he's doing. On the other hand, what do I care if you think I know what I'm doing? Unless you're my customer, honestly, it doesn't matter to me. Make free content so I can get abused. That's why I do it. I make YouTube content because I really enjoy being abused by strangers on the internet to insult me and criticize me. I'm kind of sick that way. I enjoy it. I mean, if you ever want to be insulted by strangers, just post a video. You don't have to do anything. Just say hello. Someone will make fun of you for it. You're fat. You're ugly. You talk funny. One eye is bigger than the other. Your nose is crooked. Your teeth are straight. You're fat. You're skinny. You're short. You're tall. And they'll say it in a very negative way. And then you can go, oh, it feels so good. Do it again. Welcome to AbuseTube. I mean, YouTube. You have a battery car adapted to your UPS. Oh, I don't know what that means. Michael says he just wants to make simple 10-minute videos. And he's in the Philippines. Yeah, that's fine. My office computer back at the house isn't much less than this. I think it's a 9700K, and I'm using the same HD graphics 630. It's the same graphics chip on the 10th gen Intel as it is on the 9th gen Intel. And I'm very impressed with how well CyberLink Power Director cranks out 1080 videos with that integrated graphics. I mean, honestly, it's far better than I thought it would be. I mean, it's not as good as this one, clearly, but for a 10-minute video, yes, absolutely. And like I said, you can always add more RAM or add faster storage or add a discrete graphics card if you start to make longer, more complicated videos that are taking longer and longer and longer. That's the beauty of this kind of a build, is you can continue to add to it as you need to. You don't have to get it right out of the box exactly the way you need it. You got to start somewhere. Zadravko, happy birthday to Zadravko, who on his birthday, Madi did the same thing, contributed money here to the community on their birthdays. So with 50 HRK, he says, hello friends. Carey, thanks for congratulating me on my birthday. One of these days, I'm going to remember what HRK is. I have to Google it again. Croatian kunas. I just don't know where the HR comes in for Croatian. The K is obviously kuna. But what is the HR for Croatian? That's $7.86 US. Again, thank you. Happy birthday. It's good to see you, my friend. Hope you had a good birthday. Carey, do you still drive your Mustang? Yes. My Mustang's a 2013 V6, 305 horsepower, automatic transmission, and it has never needed a repair, ever. I've had to put a battery in it. I've had the air conditioning evacuated and recharged. I've had to put a set of tires on it. I've done oil changes and filter changes. No repairs. It's pretty low mileage. I think it's 66,000 miles. Kind of a COVID car at this point. Mostly sits. But you know, the difference from Studio A to Studio B is a half an hour each way. That's about 30 miles each direction. So to go there and come back is 60 miles. So that's, you know, when it's being driven, it's mostly being driven on the freeway. And except on the weekends, they keep shutting the freeways down and traffic gets backed up for miles and miles and miles on the weekends. So I avoid the freeway. In fact, I generally just try not to leave on the weekends unless I'm going somewhere around the corner. So most of the trips across town to Studio A are done during the week when the road construction doesn't have the freeway shut down. But the car has been
100% the most reliable car I've ever owned, ever. I bought it brand new on the last day of January, which pissed me off because registration would begin in January instead of February, which means you're paying for an extra month of registration that you're not getting. It's a different story. But anyway, it's been a wonderful car, and it still remains this is the most trouble-free, maintenance-free, reliable car I have purchased new. I was worried because, you know, the Hyundai I bought had a 10-year warranty. The Mustang's only got a 3-year warranty. But the Hyundai has a 10-year warranty because it needs it. It's back into the shop. It was until I got rid of it. I got sick of it. That car was damn near in the shop as often as it was in my garage. It's ridiculous. It's just stupid stuff would break on it. The reason the Mustang only has a 3-year warranty is because it doesn't need a warranty at all. And the reason the Hyundai has a 10-year warranty is because it needs a 10-year warranty. Think about it. It makes sense. And as long as that car is going to be... let me just say something. If I'm jinxing myself and that car breaks down tomorrow, it's about time. You know what I mean? I got nothing to be upset about. And if it's an expensive repair that I don't want to put into that car, then I would consider trading it in. But how could I trade in a car that's working perfectly? What if the car I get, even if it's another Mustang, what if it was just not built as well and it becomes, you know, going to the shop over and over again? I would kick myself in the butt for making the dumbest boneheaded move. To spend money I didn't have to spend for a car I didn't need, and then have all the headaches that come with potentially a new car. I know this car. I've had it 8 years. It's been 100% reliable. It's been to Michigan. It's been to Oregon. It's been to Washington, San Francisco. If that car could tell stories, man, it could tell you all the crazy places it's been. Not so much as a breakdown on the side of the road, not a flat tire, nothing. It's been the single best car I've ever owned. So when it comes time, and eventually it will, to buy another car, do you think I'm going to buy a Hyundai, or do you think I'm going to look at Fords? And my Blazer, I owned that Blazer for 19 years. And I could tell you the parts I didn't replace on it, and it would be a shorter list in 19 years. It was damn near everything in that car was replaced. I think the gas tank, no, I think that was replaced. The transmission, though it needed some repair, is the original transmission. I won't own another GM. I'm done with GM. It's just rattle boxes. So no more GM, no more Hyundai. I've not owned a Mazda. Subaru's been good for us. That Subaru mic fixed up. But even it's getting lights on the dashboard now. I think we might need spark plugs or something's loose. Because the car's fine, but the dash lights say there's engine trouble, but there's no codes. And you can wiggle a wire and it'll go away. And then suddenly come back for no apparent reason. But it's an older car, so I'll have Subaru Mike take a look at it when I have time. I just haven't. It's not preventing the car. It's just lights are on that shouldn't be, and it's bothering my OCD. And I don't want it to lead to a problem. Michael McFarland contributes 250 Filipino pesos. Is that what that is? I have to Google it. Google it. That's about $5.15 US. Well, thank you, Michael. Thanks for your contribution. Thank you for your support. I love when people are watching me in other countries. It sort of seems surreal. Let me know where you're watching me from here. We're going to wrap up the video, but just a shout out quickly, what state you're in perhaps, or what country you're in, so we can get an idea of where are people watching me from. We've got 525 viewers watching live right now, and I'd love to hear where you're watching me from. Master Singleton in Australia contributes $5.15 Australian. He says, economy Japanese cars are still better than economy Korean cars, despite Koreans improving on their cars. You know, look, all the Toyotas have these CVT transmissions, and Nissans are all CVT transmissions. I hate CVT, these continuously variable non-shifting transmissions drive me crazy. I hate them.
So as far as I'm concerned, you can keep your, well, certainly it's Nissan. I'm not interested in any Nissans. They're all CVT. I think most Toyotas are all CVTs too. I could be wrong. And then of course you've got, who's left? Honda. Honda still makes a regular automatic transmission. So I suppose if I was looking for a car that has no personality, like a Toyota Prius, it's reliable, it's not much to look at, and it's not much to drive. It's not a driver's car. This is not to insult Toyota owners. It's just that some people are drivers. And what that means is they want a car that communicates to them and responds to them and has a personality and a soul. Like BMW is the ultimate driving machine, and they're referring to that communication. Now, some people who aren't drivers are like, we don't know what you're talking about. That's fine. Enjoy your Toyota. But when you are really into driving and you can really appreciate the feedback that a car gives you, you would understand if you drove a Mini Cooper, right? Because it's like in this little go-kart and you feel everything, and it's razor sharp precision and high-speed turns that would flip another car. It's like a roller coaster on a rail. It'll take a corner at high speed and you're the one that's gonna lose your cookies, not the car. My Mini Cooper was pushing the limits of what I could stand. Like I was getting nauseous from my own driving. And I'm like, I can't push this car any harder because I'm gonna vomit. Having a car that communicates well, that responds well and communicates the feel of the road is something a driver really appreciates. Now, Toyotas and these Hondas and these Nissans, they tend to be very reliable, soulless machines. And that I mean they're numb, and they're very effective to get you from point A to point B in a very reliable and fuel-efficient manner. But they're not very communicative to the driver. And if you're a driver who doesn't care about that, they're a great value. Same could be said for a Hyundai Sonata. It's just not a real sporty feeling car. It's not a very communicative car. I found the Tesla Model S to be too numb, but the Model 3 felt much more sporty, and it also happens to be the cheapest one of them all, as far as I know. Maybe the Model Y is cheaper, but the Model 3 is more affordable. To me, it felt more responsive, it felt lighter, it felt more agile, and it felt more communicative. When you get into a luxury car where everything is numbed out, it turns me off. I want to feel it. I don't want to be numb. So like if there's some classic Rolls Royce that puts you into a cloud of luxury, that's probably great as a passenger, but as a driver, no thank you. Give me something I can feel. Give me something that's communicating. You know, when it's stressing, when I'm pushing the limits and that car is right on the edge, I want it to tell me. I don't want it to make it numb, so I end up pushing the car beyond its limits and oversteering or understeering, you know, off the edge of a cliff or something. But that's, again, very driver decided. It's something a driver will feel. And Toyota used to make fun cars. You know, they had the, well, I suppose they brought back the Celica, but they had the MR2, and then they went into these numb, soulless, very reliable machines, whether it's a Camry or an Avalon, or it's you know, Honda's got the Accord, and you know, they're nice looking business class kind of sedans. They just don't have any soul. But you know, if I was just interested in reliable transportation, I'd buy one in a heartbeat. But I want more than that. I want a car that has a personality. And the Mustang most certainly has a personality. I guarantee it. If you've driven one, whether it's a V6 or even the 4-cylinder turbo or a traditional V8, it's very different than driving a Toyota Camry. It's much more visceral. Brian's talking about a 1981 911 Porsche. You know, I've never driven a Porsche, but I imagine that's probably the closest thing to a Mini Cooper, probably above a Mini Cooper when we talk about communicative cars, but they're not really known for their reliability, and parts can be expensive. You know, the Subaru BRZ, which Toyota worked with Subaru, that car is
Very uncomfortable. It's a very rough ride. And the interior sucks. And in Toyota, I think on the Celica, they worked with BMW. It's basically like a rebadged Z4 is all it is. Even the shifter is a BMW shifter in the Toyota. I mean, if I want a BMW, buy a BMW. So that I don't understand. John says, in California, people are sawing off catalytic converters. You know, they used to do that in the 90s. I haven't heard that in 20 years. The Honda Acura NSX is still one of the better fun cars. You know what? You can have your NSX. I will take a Nissan GTR over an NSX any day of the week. Any day of the week. The NSX is an attractive car, and it always has been. But the GTR seems so much better in every possible way. But, you know, you have your NSX and I'll have my GTR. And then we can both get what we want. When does the computer build start? We're done. It's all over. You've missed it. But the motherboard doesn't have Wi-Fi 6 drivers for Windows 7. This motherboard doesn't have Wi-Fi, but we could add it. And who's using Windows 7? Why don't you use Windows 95? I mean, why stop at Windows 7? Why should you use that obsolete operating system when there's so many more obsolete operating systems that are insecure and don't have driver support for all your modern hardware? You could use, I don't know, Windows XP maybe? Windows Vista would be great. Fire up Windows 95. Throw Microsoft Bob on there. Come on. There's so much obsolescence to choose from. That's what you should rely on. Something a manufacturer abandoned many years ago. That should be your go-to. Wait, something doesn't work on it? You don't say. Huh, they should probably fix that. That's sarcastic. Windows 10 has more privacy issues. That cracks me up. I'm going to get on the internet. No matter what you get on the internet with. Do you have one of these? This has way more privacy issues than Windows 10 has. Do you go outside? Do you drive your car? Are you aware of all the cameras and all the streetlights that you drive under that are filming you at all times? Are you aware of all the privacy issues in your life? Or do you just myopically look at one thing and that's your defining moment of what privacy is? If you're going to complain on the internet about your privacy, get off the internet. That's the only way. Your ISP is tracking what you're doing. Your ISP is. Any website you go to under any operating system is tracking what you're doing. Your very connection to the internet is tracking what you're doing, no matter how you're using it. And the worst one, the most offensive one, is this one right here. And this tracks so much of you, it makes what Windows 10 does look like nothing. And then all those websites you're connecting to, when you see what Google has on you, ooh, it's quite an eye-opener. And did you sign up for Facebook or any social media service at all? Anything? Because you just made it 10 times worse. If you're truly a worrier about your privacy, get offline immediately. Disconnect yourself from the internet and do not have any internet-connected devices. The minute you connect with anything, you are being tracked. I thought everybody knew this. And then when somebody kidnaps you and we don't know where you are, I guess the kidnappers will do with you what they will. But oh wait, you had your phone on you and we can track where your phone is and we can come rescue you? Well, thank God you didn't disable the privacy on it. See, it works both ways. You're being accused of a crime. What's your alibi? Well, I never left the house.
Well, what evidence do you have? Was anybody else home with you? No. So what evidence do you have? Because we have witnesses that say they saw you at the scene of the crime, and you're saying you were home alone. Why should we believe you? Well, look at my internet history. You can see the websites I visited right here in my search engine. Or look at my phone and you can see where my phone was located or that I made a phone call. All these things that you're complaining about could save you from wrongful incrimination or even save your life if you were to get lost and maybe you went hiking and you got lost. This could save your life. The very things you're complaining about are the very things that might one day save your life. It's a crazy world we live in. So it's hard to feel sorry for somebody who loses their life because they didn't want to be tracked. So they got lost and died. And eventually we find their body at some point. Somebody stumbles upon your remains and they have to go through some DNA discovery to determine who you were since you're unidentifiable anymore. And oh, that's the guy that went missing 40 years ago. Remember the guy who didn't complain about all the privacy issues? It's that guy. I'm suggesting you find a balance. But not using Windows 10 is just silly. That's a silly reason, in my opinion. If you don't think Windows 7 doesn't spy on you, ignorance is bliss, I guess. I can assure you, Windows 7 got all the updates that Windows 10 has with that regards to telemetry. Silly. It's just silly. Because Ison says, squirrel. It's not a squirrel. All right, now I'm 4.5 hours when I was going to wrap it up at 4. Thanks. No, I enjoy talking to you guys. I enjoy the subjects, even if I'm really sarcastic about it, because I just don't know that when somebody offers up a one-sided opinion, I feel like they're doing an injustice by not voluntarily showing the other side. It's like, I'm going to show you this coin. And it looks like this. Does the coin have another side or are both sides the same? Oh no, it has another side. And so are both sides the same? No, there's a heads and a tails. Well, which side is that? Is that the heads or the tails you showed me? Well, that's the only side that matters. Okay, could I see both sides so I can decide that for myself? No. Because then you might disagree with me if you had all the information. So I only want to provide you with the little bit of information that doesn't afford you any opportunity to decide on your own, because then you might disagree with me. Well, I think it's an injustice to not fully disclose all information. Bad side of privacy, good side to privacy. Pick a side. Or do like me and find a middle. It's not all good on one side. It's not all bad on the other. Pros and cons. I'm a very important person. People want to know about me because of how important I am. My privacy matters because I'm in the public eye. I'm a celebrity or a politician. And so it's a security issue. Who are you? I don't know. I don't think anybody cares what you do. I really don't think. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but you might just take a step back. But hey, I don't know. Could be Prince Harry in disguise. Hey, look, your privacy is really important. Public figure in politics. There's probably people who want to cause harm to you or stalk you. Your privacy is very important. The rest of us, nobody cares. Is there time to clone the PC you just built? Yeah, it wouldn't take very long to clone it, but it's not activated yet. I would rather put a product key in there and activate it, so I don't have to do that. Well, I guess I wouldn't have to do that again. And the computer just went to sleep. All the fans just stopped. you see the light went out and the fan stopped? So the power settings haven't been changed. So it went to sleep. If I hit a button, yeah, it just woke it back up. I wouldn't clone it until I had everything on it. Like if I want Microsoft Office on there, I would activate Windows. I would get the browser homepage the way I want it, the search engine default to Google, throw Google Chrome on there, adjust the desktop a bit, run the optimizer on it. And then I would, if I wanted to, that would be a good time to clone it. It would be pretty quick. It's maybe 30 gigs of data, so maybe 10 minutes. I think Hunter S. Thompson would use a computer in today's day and age? No, he wouldn't. No, and if he did, he probably would insist everybody was watching him. Not exactly the model of sanity. Do you think Howard Hughes would use a computer today? No. Fran Lebowitz doesn't even own a typewriter, let alone a computer or a smartphone. And how she writes her books? With a pen and paper. What? Fran Lebowitz, who is alive and well, has never and will never own a typewriter. She's a book author. And if she's not going to own a typewriter, what do you think the odds are that she's going to have a smartphone or a computer? 0. You know what she does when she wants something on Amazon? She literally asks anybody she knows to order it for her because everybody she knows already has a smartphone and a computer. So she doesn't need one. She doesn't burden her life with that. And I admire her. I admire her strength and her resistance. It's beautiful. And I also feel sorry for her because she's missing out on the worldwide information available at your fingertips. And she chooses to read books. And books are fine if you don't want up-to-the-minute information. You know, if you want to read books that were published years and years ago, it's great. Reading is underestimated in the form of books. Everybody's reading. How else would you use the internet if you couldn't read? But no, I don't think Hunter S. Thompson. I don't think Howard Hughes or no, they would not. And do you know how much I care what they would do? 0. It has no impact on my life at all. If he doesn't want to cut his fingernails and he wants to pee in jars, it has no impact on my life whatsoever. Go right ahead. In your house, in your jars. Pratap contributes $2. Thank you for the contribution. What is paper? It's what forests used to be. How does she know that there is something she wants on Amazon? You know what? I don't know. I didn't really think about it that far. I imagine somebody tells her, hey, you should get this. It's on Amazon. And she goes, okay, order it for me. I'm pretty sure that's probably how that works out. And thank you for shouting out your locations. I I missed it. But I see folks joining us from Michigan, Ontario, Canada, and Louisiana, and the Philippines, and Florida, and North Carolina, New Jersey, and more from Michigan, and more from, here's northeastern Nevada. What else? Austin, Texas. Toronto, Denver. Oh no, it's then someone's talking about John Denver. California. All the others scrolled off the top. I missed them. But thank you for shouting out where you're from. That'll be in the replay of the video later. Oh, there's more in here. New York and Oregon, Los Angeles, Kentucky. Got Cupertino, California, home to Apple Computer. Romania, England, Western Tennessee, New Zealand. WW Goddess of Truth contributes $4.99 and says, Wonder Woman is back. Thank you for inspiring me, Carey. My love to your dogs. Right on. Well, it's good to have you back. Good to see you. Lancaster, California in the house. Sparta, Illinois. Scotland in the UK. Lewiston, Maine. Montreal, Canada. South Carolina, Pennsylvania. Chihuahua, Mexico. Wow. Norway. Oystein, of course, joins us from Norway. That sounded lovely. Jim is in Wilmington, Delaware. Joe joins us from Brooklyn. What are you looking at? How you doing? Jalisco, Mexico. Iowa. Panama. A guy named Ricardo is watching us from Panama. Master Singleton is in Sydney, Australia. Olathe, Kansas with Vern. Long Beach, California. That's the big port of entry. You know, when you're ordering all that stuff coming from Asia on the western side of the United States, it's all coming into Long Beach. All those computer cases and video cards. You guys better love Long Beach. Tucson, Arizona is watching. Vancouver, Toronto, and New York City in the house. St. Augustine and Tampa, Florida. Do you want to come to Norway? Yes, of course. Yeah, Norway looks amazing. Amazing. I watch a lot of shows on YouTube. And my Top Gear went to Norway about 10 years ago, where nobody spoke English. It was great. I lived vicariously through some YouTube videos and stuff where they, you know, Norway, we don't see a lot of it. The biggest thing that came out of Norway lately was Ylvis is, what does the Fox say? I guess they're a Norwegian comedy team. They have a TV show or a talk show, those two guys. And I kind of caught up on some of their stuff that had English subtitles, where they're like messing with people in an elevator and stuff. And then sort of for a while, I was kind of watching what I could from Norway, and then I moved on to other things, you know, squirrel. It's been a while since I've looked, though. We've got Fort Collins in the house, North Carolina. Forget about it. Forget about IT. Jerome Schatz is in Michigan, Mike Perodin is in Montreal, and Rick Lakes is in Minnesota. What else we have? Peterborough, Ontario. Brian says, hey, Carey. Hey, Carey, I only kid, but I value your videos. Thanks a million. Million and one time. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's very kind, Brian. Appreciate that. All right, guys. We're just, 15 minutes shy of 5 hours on this live stream. I think that should probably wrap it up. I'm going to turn this off. It's bothering me that it's been running this whole time. All I have to do is just tap the power button here, and it'll cycle off. You'll see the light will go off. Should have done it by now. What's it doing? Let's see what it's doing. Oh, power. Why is it not? Now I'll hit power. There it goes. Okay. That's what I was waiting on. I normally change the settings so it doesn't do that, but that's what my Windows 10 Optimizer tool does. This is room temperature. This hasn't even warmed up. So this thing just idling at the desktop, it's like sipping power. It's nice and cool. So we should be fine when it comes to, running Prime 95 on here. It should be nice and cool. It's a nice cooler. The install's real easy. It's not priced outrageously for a Noctua product. And I think these all have a 6-year warranty, if I'm not mistaken, but it's not like your heat sink's gonna break. If anything, you'll have a fan problem. And for what a fan costs versus what shipping back and forth costs, you might as well just buy a new fan in the years later when that happens, if that happens. Bitcoin's up to $57,000 today. $57,000. I don't think it's ever been that high. Where's it at right now? Bitcoin value. Oh, it dropped. It's at 55,720. It's still like what was it on January 1st? Bitcoin value January 1st, 2021. Was it, yeah, it was down in the 30,000 range, the upper 30s. In January, I think it was like 33,000, 35,000. So even when Bitcoin falls, like you might see headlines, Bitcoin fell 17%. Yeah, this week, but over the last 6 weeks, it's up 65%. So even if it falls 17%, you're still up, 48%, something like that. So don't let the news trick you into thinking Bitcoin's losing, it's gaining. And when it's losing off its gains. So that's normal. I wish it would fall. I really wish it would fall because I don't want to buy more of it above $47,000. I don't want to buy any more of it. And you can buy $10 of it. You can go to PayPal, at least in the United States. You can buy $10 with a Bitcoin. You don't have to buy a Bitcoin. Not many people can afford to. I can't afford a Bitcoin. But you can buy, $1,000 of it or $10,000, whatever you want to spend. Or you can buy $10 a week or $10 a month and just start stacking it up. And when it dips, that's the time to buy it. Not to be sad, oh no, it dipped. If you buy $10 worth of Bitcoin, or let's say $100 worth of Bitcoin, Bitcoin would have to lose half its value for you to lose $50. I mean, think about that. Bitcoin would have to drop from 57,000, what is that, 55,000? It would have to drop to $27,000 for you to lose $50. So it's not if you don't have a lot of money in it, it's not a big risk, and it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. So if you're thinking about buying a graphics card and you can't get one, I'd say buy some Bitcoin instead and ride that out this year. And then use the money that's left at the end of this year, which may be 3 times whatever you put into it. If you put it in now, there is a chance it could be 3 times. If you put $100 into Bitcoin today, by the end of the year, that could be $300-400 just by ignoring it and letting it be. Let it fall, let it rise, let it fall, let it rise. So if you had this money that you were going to spend on a video card that's going to depreciate the minute you buy it, and since you can't find a video card, invest it. Find a way to invest it. Watch your money work for you instead of you. We all know how to work for our money. We all know that. But did it ever occur to you that you could make your money work for you if you didn't spend every penny you had? If you just, invested it? Now, there's risk in Bitcoin, but you know what? Those people who say, I made $17 million because I bought Bitcoin, and you go, oh, I'm so jealous. I wish I would have done that. They risked losing whatever they invested when they bought it. So with risk comes amazing experiences, both positive and negative. So you got to manage the risk, but you shouldn't just avoid risk. I think that's a big mistake. I see a lot of people, the younger generation, they want to avoid all risk. You're going to have a very boring life. I mean, life is full of ups and downs, and the bigger the risk, the bigger the potential reward. Yeah. So when I was buying Bitcoin, it was at, It was when PayPal first started letting you buy it. If I could have bought it earlier, I would have, but it wasn't easy. But PayPal here in the US has made it super easy. And I want to say the Bitcoin value was at 33,000. It was right in the beginning of January. And now it's almost doubled. So just so you know, whatever I put into Bitcoin back in January, all those weeks ago, I have nearly doubled my money so far. And if it continues, it will double again by the end of the year. And then when I announce I bought a new Tesla Model 3, it won't be from your contributions and it won't be from YouTube. It's going to be from Bitcoin. I just want you to know right out of the gate. If Bitcoin falls flat on its face, I guess I'm not getting my Tesla. But I can wait. Even if it falls flat on its face, it will recover. It's the naysayers on this one crack me up because they don't understand it. So they're like, I don't, this thing's volatile. Well, of course it's volatile. Of course it is. And it's only going to get bigger. And the younger generation understands something that the older generation doesn't get. What a shock. I remember, just to put this in perspective, when I was growing up, and I've told this story before, I was told computers are a waste of time. You need to go to college or join the military and figure out what you're going to do with the rest of your life instead of playing games all day on your stupid computer. Now, this is before the internet, and this is before, we're talking the 1980s. And my parents did everything they could to convince me that all the time I was spending on my computer was a complete waste of time, and I need to focus on school and to get a job and be like the rest of the sheep and sit in rush hour traffic and wear a suit and tie and go to a little office and sit in a little cubicle with my little phone and a little picture of my family. And I was like, no, this is the future. And they said, no, that is a toy. And I said, it's more than a toy. It's so much more than a toy, and you don't understand what it is. And they'd say, well, explain to me how that toy is going to be the future. I said, I can't explain it. It's just obvious. I don't know. You'll see. Here we are. And I'm saying Bitcoin is going to be huge. If you think it's big now, just wait. If you're looking for a quick investment, you want to get in and get out, you put some money in it today and wait a few years, that money will just grow and grow and grow bigger than any other investment that I'm aware of, certainly more than any savings account interest would pay you. Does it come with risk? Of course it comes with risk. When I was spending all that time on the computer, that came with risk too. I could have been wrong. I couldn't explain it. I just knew. Ironically, my dad was a computer programmer. But in his eyes, a home computer wasn't a computer. A computer was a thing that took up a room and it cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it had terminals that connected to it, not, and everybody had to borrow time, schedule time on the computer. There were no monitors. When a computer communicated to you, it did so in a printout. So you had a keyboard and you had a printer. And you tell the computer what you wanted to tell it with a keyboard, and the computer talked back to you with a printer. They did not have monitors. So my father said, computers that you play with are toys, and you need to buckle down and figure out what you're going to do with the rest of your life and get a job. Welcome to being 18. In the meantime, he's going to work using computers, and my little toys put him out of business because nobody wanted those big things anymore. Why would you spend all that money? Nobody needed custom payroll software like he wrote, when you could just buy Quicken or QuickBooks and configure it to match the needs of your company for a fraction of the cost. So he refused to adapt and retired. The last most modern computer my father worked on was an AS400. Now these, to me, are toys. I hear my father's voice in there. I hear it. This is a toy. I'm probably going to retire, and those are going to take over, and this is going to be everything. You watch. But I know Bitcoin's where it's at. It's where it's going. It's leading the way, and other cryptocurrencies are also going to be very successful. But Bitcoin is sort of the leader of the bunch. That's sort of the oldest and most respected of the bunch. And it has no cap. In other words, there's nothing to stop a Bitcoin from being worth $1 million. The only question is when. I think there's nearly 19 million Bitcoins in existence, and only 21 million can be mined, and no more than that can ever be mined. Any Bitcoins that were lost, maybe they were on somebody's laptop and that laptop got thrown away, they're gone forever, raising the value of what remains. So it's capped out at 21 million Bitcoins. And the more people use it, the supply and demand determine how much each Bitcoin is worth. It's not like the United States can just print more money. They can't just make more Bitcoins. Once you hit 21 million, that's it. That's the end of it. And then it can only grow. I mean, unless people stop using it. And because it's accepted worldwide, there's no currency exchange rates you have to worry about. If something costs a certain fraction of a Bitcoin, then that's the same price for you as it is in any country in the world. It's going to make international monetary trade much simpler. It also solves a lot of privacy concerns, which the government doesn't like. But the government can either like it and tax it, or not like it and people can use it on the underground and it's untrackable. So the government doesn't really have much say in this as much as they'd like to. They can outlaw it, they can do all kinds of stuff, but they can't stop anybody from using it. They can make it difficult for you to cash out, but if you're clever enough, you just cash out in another country. So anyway, we're not there at that point yet, but as far as I am concerned, it's only got one way to go, and that's up. So even when it falls, it doesn't fall for long. And when it falls, that's the best time to buy it. So I'm telling you, Bitcoin is my ticket to a Model 3. Remember, I said it. Save this video. I don't know when. I don't know if it's going to be 6 months from now, 6 years from now. I don't know. I'm going to just let that money sit. Just let it sit. It's already nearly doubled what I put into it. And I need it to double again. When it doubles again, I'll have enough for a Model 3 Tesla. Or whatever model of Tesla is available at that time. That's the equivalent. Make your money work for you. Stop just working for your money, or you'll work for your money forever. It involves self-control, discipline, and if you're gutsy, risk. But it's no different than walking into a casino. Do you ever play a slot machine? Do you ever play the lottery? The odds are stacked against you. In my opinion, the odds are far better with cryptocurrency in general. I could be wrong. But if you ask me, here's $100, you could put it on a roulette table, red or black, even or odd, 1 through 18, 19 through 36. Or you can put it in Bitcoin. My feeling is I will instantly lose this in the casino in 2 seconds. At least Bitcoin, it'll last a while before, if it crashes, I'll at least get some entertainment out of it for a while. But the potential that it can recover, that doesn't happen in a casino. The potential that, hey, it fell, let's say it falls 80%. That's a significant fall. So what? If I'm not spending it, what difference does it make? If my house is worth $500,000, but I'm not selling my house, what difference does it make what it's worth? Until you're ready to sell it, it's irrelevant. If somebody says to me, you're lowering my property value. Well, are you selling your house? No. Then your property value is irrelevant. Have a nice day. When you're up for sale, let me know, and I'll fix up my yard or whatever that you're complaining about. People think really strange. So let them, by the way, let them think that. I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm just sharing my inner thoughts. Don't take financial advice from me. Do I look like somebody that should be giving financial advice? Look at how I'm dressed. Just remember I said it. And remember, when you see me in the Model 3, that didn't come from YouTube money and contributions. That came from Bitcoin. If it doesn't come from Bitcoin, I'll never own it.
Remember I said it. Have I heard of Dogecoin? Yeah, I don't know much about it. That's why I haven't bought into it. Would you invest in the S&P 500? Absolutely, I would. Yeah. So if you if you don't want to gamble, or if you want to minimize your risk, then do what all the other people do. The hedge funds, the retirement funds, they spread their investment out over a number of different companies that analysts buy and sell, that are market analysts that do this for a living. And they create these funds, and you can buy into the fund and let somebody else maintain that fund. It's worth a lot more than whatever you're putting into it. So there's a lot at stake. If they screw up and they make bad decisions, it's going to piss off a lot of people. So you're pretty safe on the S&P 500. You'll average about 10% of a return interest. So if you put $1 million, let's say you had $1 million, just for the sake of argument, and you put that into an S&P 500 index fund, you'll make $100,000 a year on interest. So if you can live off $100,000 a year, then you'll always have that $1 million. You'll never spend it. It'll just continually crank out an average of 10%. Some years may be a little more, some years may be a little bit less. But that's I want you to listen, that's your money working for you. But these all have risk. Everything in life worth doing has some risk to it, but it's very minimal for that return. The Bitcoin return is potentially the sky's the limit, but there's nothing backing it. It's just sort of what value people give it. And I believe the younger generation, as they get older and start having some money and they want to make purchases across this international economy that we have, Bitcoin is going to be more common and more convenient to use. And for privacy concerns and maybe even tax evasion purposes, people will use it. I don't know. But people are going to continue to use it because the younger generation is living electronically. There's a comedian, he talks about these millennials, they don't have any money on them. He's at the gas station, he's going to pay for some gas, and the kid in front of him is buying a soda. It's $1.13. The kid whips out his debit card. He's like, are you kidding me? You don't have $1.25 in your pocket? Well, these are the kids that are going to grow up to be adults that are going to be using cryptocurrencies. I promise you, it's only going to get bigger. I don't know which one is going to get to be the biggest, maybe one that's not even invented yet. But for now, Bitcoin's the big dog. And if I've got money sitting in a savings account at my bank, it's safe, it's not going anywhere, it's insured, but it's only earning me 1% of interest. It's like horrible. But at the same time, you can have a credit card charging you 23%. Well, pay the damn credit card off rather than keep the money in the savings account, for crying out loud. Get rid of those credit cards. Pay them off. Get rid of them. They're killing you. If I could make the kind of interest a credit card makes, holy smokes, what a great investment that would be. But even credit cards come with risk, because what happens if you stop paying it, right? So that's why they make more money. They take on more risk. Ed says, how does that spinning graphic work in that computer case? Just look for a review of the NZXT liquid cooler called the Z63, and the Z73 is just a bigger version. It's just a liquid cooler with an LCD screen on it. It's super easy, barely an inconvenience. Kitman says, I recently became a Bitcoiner, put enough in to make it interesting and fun. Let's see where this goes, up or down. I don't care. I just want to have some skin in the game. This is what I'm talking about. When people used to talk about Bitcoin, I was like, whatever, I don't care. Oh, it's up. Oh, it's down. Who cares? But then PayPal made it available to buy it. And I was like, oh, I'll put $1,000 in it. I mean, if I lose $1,000, it would suck. But there's a good chance Bitcoin won't be worth zero, right? I mean, it's more likely it'll be worth, half or something like that. And even then, it's constantly moving. Bitcoin it doesn't shut down like Wall Street. It fluctuates and moves. So when you sell it, or when you buy it, you may not buy it or sell it at the price it was when you clicked the button, but rather the price it was when it was processed, which kind of sucks. But hopefully it stays pretty stable and in the ballpark of where you wanted it to be before you bought or sold. But the minute I had a little skin in the game, then I started watching it. And when that doubled, when that 1,000 became 2,000, I said, should I cash out, walk away? It was like, well, this is kind of fun. Like if I cash out, I won't be interested. So I watch it. And then I watch it fall, and my 2,000 goes down to 1,800. I'm like, well, I'm still up $800, right? So who cares? I mean, if it falls back down to 1,000, I'm like, well, I'm back where I started. But it was fun. It was fun to watch it. It's as fun as playing the lotto. It's as fun as spinning the, pulling the handle on a slot machine. But I feel like I have more control over the results. Whether I do or I don't may be an illusion, but I feel like I have more control over it. I don't feel it's as random. I feel it's fairly predictable. And I'm predicting it's probably going to grow to 100,000 by the end of this year. I think it's very likely that if it doesn't hit 100,000 by the end of 2021, it'll be really damn close. We'll see. It's been growing this week. It's been really growing. But then it fell the week before. It fell pretty good, and I should have bought some. I should have bought some more when it fell. Shoulda, woulda, But it is, if you have a little bit of money, again, you can buy as little as $10 worth on PayPal. It is kind of fun. Watch that $10 become 20 and go, that's the easiest extra $10 I've ever made in my life. I wonder if it'll become 40, Oh, it's dropped to 17, it lost a little bit, but I'm still $7 more than where I started. What else in your life brings you that kind of excitement? I think it's thrilling. I wouldn't put everything I've got into it. I think that would be foolhardy. There's risk management here, okay? Just like Las Vegas, don't go into the casino with what you cannot afford to lose. But at the same time, I do believe the likelihood of you walking out with more money than you went in with is more likely to happen with a cryptocurrency than any casino or lottery. But that's my opinion. But it's still fun. If you're putting in too much money where it's not fun, where it's just nerve-wracking, you've got too much in there. But if you want to hear some crazy story of how I became a millionaire on Bitcoin, it won't be because I only put $1,000 at the table to risk. I'm going to have to put, 30, 40,000, more than that. The more money I put into it, in theory, the sooner I can say I became a Bitcoin millionaire. And you'll say, how did you do that? And I'll say, I was willing to take the risk you weren't willing to take. And it may be that I just put $100 a week into it, week after week after week, regardless of its value. Again, if it's $57,000 or $33,000, what's $100 to that? It's not a significant difference of a $100 investment. So week after week, if I just blindly put $100 in, if I could afford to do that, 52 weeks a year, that would race me to Bitcoin millionaire status faster than just putting $100 in and watching it for fun. So I'm putting more at risk. But when these people do this, these are the people you're jealous of, right? These are the people where you go, oh, I wish I would have done that. I wish I would have bought the Google stock. I wish I would have bought the Yahoo stock or the Amazon stock or the Tesla stock last year. Tesla stock last year was a steal if you knew where it was going to be now. In fact, Tesla stock may be doubling again. So it may still be a good value. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but it seems very promising. And Tesla put $1.5 billion into Bitcoin. So while Elon talks about Dogecoin, he put his money into Bitcoin. It's what you say and what you do. You can buy stock in Galaxy Casino. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. You can buy stock in almost anything these days. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, TSMC, the company that makes the chips for NVIDIA and AMD,
They just opened, or they are opening, a manufacturing plant here in Phoenix. And they're looking to hire 1,000 engineers here in Phoenix. And some argue that TSMC is the stock to buy right now because of the chip shortage. These manufacturing facilities are in high demand, and people are basically auctioning to the highest bidder who they're going to make chips for. And they're expanding and growing and opening new fabrication units as quickly as they can. And I can speak firsthand because they're building a giant one here in Phoenix, and it's TSMC, the TSMC. And you can buy stock in that if you think that that's something you want to invest in. This is a good year for it. I don't know long term, but this year is a good year for that, in my opinion. I was surprised because TSMC is Taiwan, right? So for it to be in Phoenix that's a long way from Taiwan. But yeah, they want to hire talent from California. Say, get out of California. It's crowded and expensive. Come to Phoenix. I think Phoenix probably has enough engineers. Phoenix is a crowded place, but they seem convinced they want to get talent from neighboring states and not just rely on Phoenix and convince people to move here, which we have a housing shortage in Phoenix right now. So I don't know where they're going to move, but apparently if you have enough money, you can buy a house. But if you want affordable housing, good luck. Sort of like trying to find a GPU affordable. GW Eisen says, I did not know that I could get an actual Bitcoin made out of metal. No, Bitcoin, a Bitcoin doesn't exist in the sense of a coin. You can go on Amazon and you can buy a souvenir Bitcoin. You know, it's got the Bitcoin symbol. It doesn't have any value. It's just a little brass token. You cannot, a Bitcoin does not exist that you can hold in your hands. But you can buy a token that represents Bitcoin. And there was a company that was printing the Bitcoin wallet on the coin itself, which is just really stupid. It's very insecure. But then that technically became a coin, right? But it's not. It's still not. You could technically tape that wallet ID onto a quarter and call that a Bitcoin too. You could tape it onto this box and call that a Bitcoin. It's not a Bitcoin. It's not a coin. But I have one. I have a little souvenir replica Bitcoin, and I would use it in my presentations. I've taken it out and I've shown it. And I'd say, you see that? That is not a Bitcoin. But the news and the media like to show pictures of coins with the little B and the dollar sign. And well, today Bitcoin, and then they have to associate a picture. How do you associate ones and zeros? You just show the matrix? Probably scare people. So they dumb everything down. There's no actual Bitcoin. There's no actual coin. Angel contributes $5. Hey, Angel, thank you for that. He says, hey, everyone, sorry I'm late. Well, we can get started now. It's been 5 hours and 15 minutes, and Angel has shown up, so now we can begin the build. Oh, no, that didn't happen. But thank you for supporting the channel. You'll be able to go back and watch what you missed here. This video will be available once I finish, which I tried an hour and 15 minutes ago to do. But there were squirrels everywhere. We're running out of sand. No. That's more clickbait stuff. There's plenty as far as you and I are concerned. I remember in elementary school, they told us by the time that we were in our 40s and 50s, the world supply of oil would be exhausted. It would not exist. It was a finite resource. And the world supply of oil was predicted to be completely used by the time my generation reached midlife. They were wrong. When we asked our teachers, how come I have to show my work? Why can't I use a calculator to solve this homework? They'd say, we want you to show that you understand how to work out the math problem because there may not always be a calculator available to you. And in 1976, that was probably true. Does anybody have a calculator? Anybody? I have to show my work. I didn't show my work, so I don't know how to do long division. Yeah. Be careful of people that tell the fortune tellers. They're about as accurate as this 8-ball. David says he saw a documentary on the sand issue and it's real and the sand used in construction. I'm not saying it's not a potential issue. What I'm saying is quite often what ends up happening is they find another source of material or we change the material. For example, they might say, we're running out of vinyl to make these records. How are we going to keep making records if we run out of the vinyl? And then suddenly, who's buying records? We don't need vinyl for that anymore. We're certainly not in demand like it was growing and growing and growing. We don't have enough material to keep making cassette tapes and 8-track tapes. We don't have enough stock 35 millimeter film. Whatever these problems are, they generally get resolved a number of different ways. Like in Canada, they have like the oil sands where they can squeeze the oil out of the sand. And it's not really an economical way to extract it. It's very expensive. But when oil prices shot up, and suddenly now extracting the oil out of the sands was cost effective and affordable, and then oil fell back and then it wasn't anymore. But it still exists. If things got bad, they could go back to that. Pink salt, Himalayan salt. Once it's used up, it's gone forever. But that's not going to happen in my lifetime. But yes, the amount of pink Himalayan salt is finite. And once it's been mined, it's done. There's no new pink salt. That is the history of the earth that is not going to be recreated anytime soon. When you buy pink salt, think about that. It's a finite resource. It will run out. It's salt. So what? And much like when humans, when we encounter a problem and we're forecasting the future because we're saying this is going to, if we keep doing what we're doing, we're going to hit this wall. But that rarely happens, that our evolution stops and we keep doing what we do. Generally, we evolve and we're not doing that stuff anymore. Look at the progress electric cars have made. Look at the progress computers have made and the internet. These things didn't exist to most people 30 years ago. Just in 30 years' time. When I think of 1985 and I think of 1955, to me, that's a big difference. That's from black and white TV to color TV, from, to stereo sound, from mono sound, the evolution of music and electronic instruments, mixing and music production. It might as well be 1855, right? So if you think about it, when I'm a teenager in the 1980s, and I think back to when my dad was a teenager in the 1950s, boy, it seemed like he was Fred Flintstone to me. Like, wow, those were the cars you drove and that was the music you listened to and that's the way you dressed? But as my dad was a teenager in the 1950s and he thought back 30 years to the 1920s when his dad was a teenager, let's say, and everybody wore hats. Everybody wore a hat. Everybody have your hat? Everybody wears a hat. And if his father went back 30 years to 1895, it's just 30 years. And look at the leaps. Now we go from 1985, we move forward 30 years. So we're what, 2015? I doing the math right? I think that's right. There's no internet. People that had computers were nerds. You make fun of those people. Now those people are running this planet. There was no Uber. There were no apps. You didn't get into a car with strangers, and now you call a stranger and get into their car. You wanted to buy a pair of shoes, you had to go to the store and look for one in your size with the color you liked. Now you just go online and say, I want that brand and that size and that color, and send it to my door and give me 365 days to return it. And Zappos goes, your wish is our command. Click, and then UPS shows up and drops a box off at your door. I used to have to go to the mall, and at the mall, you had a choice of, you could go to a clothing store, you could go to the movies, you could get your ears pierced. And then they said, here's a Walmart. It's everything in the mall in one store. And we went, wow, this has groceries, it has clothes, it has fishing and sporting gear, bicycles and guns. And I don't have to go to a mall. It's all under this one roof. And then they said, oh, we'll do you one better. We're Amazon, and we can give you everything you want right here. Just push a button, we'll bring it to your door, and we'll do it in 2 days or less. Click. Now, instead of wandering up and down the wall, I'm looking for a soap dish. I don't know where's a soap dish. You know, it's like Indiana Jones and the Lost Ark at the end of the movie. There's a big warehouse, there's boxes as far as the eye can see. I'm trying to find a soap dish. Just go to Amazon, soap dish, pages of soap dishes, every color, every material. How many do you want? We'll get them to your door in 4 hours. Okay. 30 years. That's all it was. 30 years. So whatever the problems are that we have in the future, we don't know the future. I suspect we're going to have different problems than the ones we anticipated. And that whatever we're doing to make chips now will be different. I suspect there'll be a leapfrog in the level of technology. Just as mechanical hard drives were amazing. First one I had was 40 megabytes, 1990, 91. 286.12 with 286.16 if you push the turbo button. And now, mechanical hard drives are almost obsolete in that span of time, from 1990 to 2020. It's 30 years. Now everything's about solid state. And eventually, solid state drives will be larger, faster, and cheaper than mechanical drives. Just give it a little more time. They're going to leapfrog. You'll see. By leapfrog, the SSD in computer technology, it doubles. It goes 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096, 8192, 16, 384, 32. It just keeps doubling. So when you buy a solid state drive, you'll see they're available as 128 gigs, 256, 512, 1024, 2048. They go all the way up to 8 terabyte drives right now for commercial, for consumer use. So what comes after 8? 16. Well, boom, now you've already matched the largest capacity hard drive you can buy. What comes after that? 32. Well, now hard drives are just left in the dust. What comes after that? 64. Well, you can just, why would you use a hard drive? People will just laugh at you. Do you put that in the horse buggy that you drove here? Is that what your storage is in your hard drive? So the way that they're going to make this stuff, though, may change. We may start using glass or holographic type storage, where there's multiple layers invisible to the human eye, but they're microscopic and layered into a crystal, a form of a crystal. Folks at MIT work on stuff like that every day, and stuff that's, who knows? It says, we used to answer the phone not knowing who was calling. That's right. One phone per household. You took your turn to use it. And if somebody tried calling, well, somebody was on the phone. They got a busy signal. We didn't have an answering machine.
And if you didn't get to the phone fast enough, you'll never know who called. Hurry up, get up and run to the phone before they hang up and give up, because you'll never know who it was. "30 years. All that changed in just 30, well, less than 30 years. But if you just look back 30 years, it's like 100 years. Like if I was a teenager growing up in the world today with all this stuff, and I heard the stories about me in the 1980s, they'd think, oh God, it was like, did you have to stop your car with your feet? Actually, my first car wasn't far from that. And I was happy to have it. They had call waiting. No, we didn't. No, not in the 70s. No. It did eventually happen, but no. And what about like Sprint and MCI long distance number codes that you had to call the Sprint or MCI number, then enter your like 10-digit account number, and then enter the 10-digit phone number you wanted to call. And if you screwed up any of those numbers, you had to hang up and start over again, just so you didn't have to pay $3 a minute for your phone call. And it was discounted to like $1.99. Good times. Yeah, that extra long spirally phone cord, especially the kitchen phone. You know, you had the kitchen phone hanging on the wall. You'd get that, and the cord damn near touched the floor, so you could walk around the whole kitchen with it. And then you turn around and you find yourself all wrapped up in it. You'd have to unwind yourself. Then you hang the phone back up. Nobody had to ask where the phone was until the cordless phones came out. And when the cordless phones came out, you know, you had a metal antenna you'd extend. Can you hear me? A lot of static. Hello, can you hear me? If your neighbor had one, you could hear each other. Hey, are you on the phone? So then they had the 900 megahertz cordless phones that advertised that they wouldn't, you know, have crosstalk with your neighbors. Yeah, better put it on the charger. Carey, can I recommend a laptop that won't depreciate the moment you get it home? Most computers don't depreciate like that anymore. Those days are over. That's why this is an 8-year build. Lately, the hardware has just gone off the charts with performance compared to the demands and resource requirements of modern software. These things are so ridiculously fast now, it's easy to get 8 years out of them. So as long as you're getting a laptop from a name brand manufacturer, it's probably going to be fine. If you're nervous about it, it's one of the items I would recommend buying the extended warranty. And then you'll have that peace of mind. So if anything were to happen to it, you're covered for the length of the warranty. Once the laptop goes out of warranty, if it breaks, it's not worth fixing unless it's a really expensive laptop. So I have a Dell XPS 15. It'll set you back about $1,600. It'll probably be useful for 5 or 6 years. Maybe beyond that, but I wouldn't. It's 2 years now that I've had it. So I'll get another 4 years out of it. And by then, you know, the battery's not going to be any good. It's not going to hold charge. Keys are going to be worn out. The screen is not going to look good compared to a new laptop. A new laptop's going to have faster processor, faster storage, a brighter screen, and a warranty with a new battery. And at that point, it's just time to buy a new laptop. Nothing lasts forever. Do you remember calling your parents at the nearest phone booth? No, I didn't make collect calls because they were expensive. My parents didn't have any money. So if I was going to use a phone booth, I better have the change. Stick a quarter in there and make your phone call. Is the processor used 5.1 or 3.8? It's a 10700K. I threw the box, didn't I? Did I throw the box? It's the same as every 10700K.
What's it say? .8. It's 3.8 with 16 megs of cache. But it doesn't tell me the turbo speed. I guess we could Google it. What's a 10700K clock speed? It'll have a normal and it'll have like a turbo. $10700K clock speed. Yeah, so it's 3.8 and it will boost to 5.1. So it is both. Yeah. Captain Crunch. Back in the days that 2600 magazine was the name of a hacker magazine. And there was a guy who discovered the whistle toy that came in a box of Captain Crunch cereal. It was basically the same tone as what would emulate when you dropped a quarter into the payphone. It would send the way the phone company back in the day in the 70s, the way that they could determine how much money was put into the phone was tones were sent out. And most people didn't know that because you're not usually holding the phone and listening, dropping coins in and necessarily putting that together. But this guy who called himself Captain Crunch, I think this was in San Francisco, might have been Silicon Valley, I can't remember the guy's name, but he discovered that the toy that came in a box as a whistle, came in a box of cereal called Captain Crunch. When you blew into that whistle, it was the same tone as what the phone company used to acknowledge coins going into the phone. So you could make free phone calls. Anyway, he published this. This was like in 2600. Was that the magazine? 2600? I think that was the name of the magazine. It wasn't a magazine you'd buy at the store. This was like a underground hackers or freakers, PH, like phone, PH, phone freakers. Anyway, so that guy called himself Captain Crunch. He was anonymous, of course, for legal reasons, and disseminated that information amongst the underground people that would read 2600 magazine. And hacking began. That's when hacking was a good thing. That's when hackers were people who weren't out to hurt anybody. They just wanted to see, is this possible? If you can do that, then can we do this? I'm just curious. Can we use this in a way it was never designed to be used? What would happen if we tried? That's truly what a hacker is. And then the media got a hold of it and culture kind of took over, and now a hacker's a bad guy. But let's rest assured, there are good hackers and there are bad hackers. But when I grew up, hacker was only defined by one type of person, and that was a person who was just experimental with technology to see how far they could push it. They weren't intending any harm. $2,600 Hacker Quarterly still produces new issues every quarter. It's still around. Wow. All right, guys, we're at 5.5 hours. Friday, Mitch will be here. We're going to do the Be Quiet build with the PureBase 802. I think that's the name of the case. It'll be an AMD 3950X with Be Quiet's liquid cooler, which is called, hold on, I'm going to go look at it. The Pure Loop 360 millimeter. It's a big cooler. We're going to be using an MSI MPG X570 motherboard with a PCI Gen 4 1 terabyte NVMe drive. And we'll have that same RAM that's in this build. The G-Skill Trident Z will be in that. So we'll put Mitch to work. So Mitch is coming back Friday, should air about 1 o'clock. I don't know if I'll do a video tomorrow or not. If I have time, I will. Probably tonight. when I'm relaxed, I will get the case and put this in the case. I'll bring it back and show it to you when it's in the case. It goes in the case, you put some screws in it. All the hard stuff's done. You just put screws in the holes and you plug the wires in. And then you tie the wires up with zip ties and make it look pretty. That's all that's left. And I have to go to Thermaltake's website. I gotta go to Google. I gotta type in Thermaltake RMA request, hit enter, and I'm sure the website will appear wherever I need to go on Thermaltake to do an RMA request and send that brand new power supply that had the screw fall out of it back. It's a nice, valuable diagnostic lesson in that. Don't listen to those beeps. It's a waste of time. If those beeps could solve the problem, I wouldn't have a job. So, and now you see why firsthand. I'm not making it up. I love these live videos for that very reason. You were here and you experienced that right along with me. I could not have known that that was going to happen. And you saw me diagnose it and you understood the logic that I used. Those beeps were nowhere close to solving that problem. So, yeah, that's why you don't see me use it. Thank you so much for all the contributions. Eric P. contributed $2. He says, another great video, Carey. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Eric. Thanks for supporting the channel. Angel, thank you. WW Goddess of Truth and Pratap Gurun, Master Singleton, Michael McFarland, Zdravko Frankovic. Again, happy birthday to Zdravko. And Geekazoid. Happy birthday to Geekazoid. Rakshit Patel, Feral Sparky, again Feral Sparky, Samuel Ramos twice there, Dr. Michael Ferguson, Yates Networks, Steve Yoakum, Michael Dane, Gary Tatum, Richard S., David DeWitt, Geekazoid Tech, and Rick Lakes, Mike Yazzie, Rick Hubbard, and Rudiger Luthi. Rudiger contributed before the stream began. He said, Carey, I miss seeing the dogs. I hope you will use Studio One again sometime. Yes, well, the Studio One still exists. It's very difficult for me to film there presently, but when the opportunity presents itself, I will certainly be back to film from there, and you'll get to see the boys. They're probably bored without me being around as often as I was. However, they're well, and I'm sure Lyle misses the attention because he's a ham. So thanks for everybody who's contributed during today's broadcast. Keeping in mind, this is the updated version of the 8-year build. So all we're changing on this, just to underscore, we're only changing the CPU to a 10th gen CPU instead of a 9th, and then a compatible motherboard that's compatible with 10th gen CPUs. Otherwise, it's the same build. Stick with what works. It's affordable, it's fast, it's quiet, it's reliable, and it'll last you at least 8 years. Thank you so much for watching. I hope I will see you all again very, very soon. My thanks, of course, to everybody in blue for helping keep it civil in the chat room, which seemed pretty peaceful tonight. Those of you not blue, I hope turn you blue. I've turned a few blue today. Just hang out and be cool. Be nice. Be kind. Be supportive. Eventually, I'll recognize you as being kind and supportive as a regular. I want to turn you blue. Then I know you're cool. So if you're not blue yet, all good things come in time. We have an amazing community here, and I'd love to see it continue to grow and grow and grow, just like my Bitcoin. Only faster and bigger. Thank you so much one more time for joining me. I'll see you all again very, very soon. And until then, bye for now.